much. Thank you very much. Other delegations, get ready, get ready. Tanzania, Mamantilie by Raisi is coming. Huh? So you give me your requests. We'll play so that you can also entertain us the way the Zanzibaris have entertained us. Thank you very much, Zanzibar. We are very much disappointed with the men. So men from other countries in the region, you know where the market is. Right. Let's be seated so that we can begin day 3 of the conference. We had a very successful second day. And as we begin, I just want to project something on the screen called the River of Justice, because this is the basis of this conference. ICT, let's just project the River of Justice. Can you see it? Is it visible? That is the River of Justice. If you listen to what the Chief Justice of Kenya, the DCJ of Uganda, Professor Joel Ngugi said yesterday, in brief, that was the message. That a number of our disputes, 70% of our disputes are resolved outside the court system. So the River of Justice gets thinner as you head towards the formal court system. And it is much bigger from the beginning. So if you watch that river on your left, that is where the majority of the disputes get resolved. And as the river winds down, it becomes smaller and smaller. So the demand for justice in our formal forums of courts become less and less, become fewer and fewer. That is what this River of Justice indicates. We'll share this. It shows different levels of interventions, alternative justice systems, mediation, small claims courts, and so on, arbitration, and so on and so forth. So there is a winnowing of conflict resolution as the River of Justice flows. So we'll share this, but this is the pictorial illustration of the conversation we are having in this conference this particular week. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite the speakers, our first 2 speakers for this session, to be able to deliver on this conference. The association got tremendous support from a few of our partners, and 2 of those partners are here this morning to speak to us. And I'd like to invite Mr. Charles Nyangito, who is the head of public sector coverage of Kenya Commercial Bank, to join us on the podium. Mr. Nyangito, please, let's give him a round of applause. He'll stand in for the CEO of KCB, Mr. Paul Russo. Please, let's give a hand to Mr. Nyangito as he comes up here. Thank you. Also joining us this morning is Mr. Justus Mathenge, who is the manager, government sales, Isuzu East Africa. This is also a very old company in the region. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up here. So those will be our 2 speakers. They'll have 10 minutes each to speak to us, and we really want to thank them for the support they have extended to this conference, and we really appreciate that gesture. It is a very healthy down payment for future support. So could we please invite Mr. Nyangito, Charles, to go first, and then Mr. Mathenge will follow. Charles, welcome.
Thank you, MC Mr. Duncan Okero. I want to write on the already established protocols. I'm aware this conference started a few days back, so I want to write on those protocols that were already established. As you have all heard, my name is Charles Nyangito. Charles Nyangito, I'm the head of public sector coverage at the Kenya Commercial Bank, Kenya. I oversee the public sector entities, the government, and the county governments in terms of financial matters and all the agencies. And judiciary is a key partner in what we do as a bank. We oversee judiciary, supporting and working closely with the judiciary at large. And I know we're represented in the East African region, and definitely we also are having realized that we have members drawn from the whole region. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to convey sincere greetings and gratitude from the leadership of KCB Group, led by our CEO, Paul Luso, and the Kenya Managing Director, Madam Anastasia Kimtai. They would have wished to be here, but due to other commitments, they didn't find time to. So we are here to be with you and just to ensure that everything moves on as planned. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. It is an honor to join you at this year's conference. Firstly, I would like to sincerely thank the leadership of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association for the kind invitation to join you today, and for the outstanding work you continue to do in advancing jurisprudence across our region. Through your commitment to professional excellency, regional cooperation, and the continuous learning, you have strengthened the foundation of justice and contributed immensely to a more coherent, predictable, and citizen-centered legal environment in East Africa. The theme of this forum, Justice Beyond Brick and Mortar, Unlocking Multi-Door Partnership for People-Centered Justice in East Africa, could not be timely. Across East Africa, justice systems are encountering increasing caseloads, evolving societal expectations, and the growing need for speed, fairness, and efficiency. So you realize, ladies and gentlemen, that speed and efficiency in closing the cases and the matter that's come across is of great importance to the East African people. Ladies and gentlemen, across the East African region, our societies and the economies are changing rapidly. Caseloads are growing and becoming more complex. Cross-border commercial activity is expanding, and citizens rightly expect justice that is timely, fair, and accessible. Accessibility is the key thing here. Justice delayed is justice denied. The faster you execute and close the matters, you will have done the very best honorable members, judges, and justices. The traditional reliance on courtrooms, adjudication, alone cannot always deliver the speed, specialized expertise, or restorative outcomes that many disputes require. The multi-door continual courthouse model offers a pragmatic and modern response by integrating mediation, arbitration, specialized tribunals, restorative justice mechanisms, traditional disputes, resolution where appropriate, create a pluralistic aspect that matches the method of resolution to the dispute's nature, urgency, and social context. As a bank, we deeply integrate with the region's social and economic fabric. We appreciate the value of predictable, efficient, and trusted justice systems. They underpin the investment, public administration, financial stability, and citizen confidence to guarantee a fair economy. It goes without saying that as a financial institution, we have a stake in the predictability of distributed solution in terms of raw transaction costs, simulate investment, and support public finance management. At KCB, we see a role as a partner that can support judicial modernization through payment solutions, fiscal transaction automation, capacity building, support for court administration, and facilitation of stakeholder dialogues that advance implementation. So we are saying we want to integrate with the judiciary in fast-tracking, especially the payment systems, where we integrate and we use automation that fast-tracks the justice system. Payments will be done quickly, and the tracking will also be easier. When matters come, you can easily be able to track, and then you get quick solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to being a partner in this journey by supporting judiciary modernization initiatives, enabling public sector digitization, and continuing to offer financial solutions tailored to the unique needs of justice, of judicial institutions and officers. Through our digital integrated payment ecosystems and capacity building partnerships, we continue to facilitate efficient financial operations that support public sector reform and institutional strengthening. The judiciary's efforts to digitize processes such as e-filing, virtual court sessions, and integrated case management systems mirror the digital transformation journey we have undertaken in the financial sector through the revamped KCB mobile banking app. Our experience has shown that accessibility, speed, and transparency are greatly enhanced when technology is embraced with purpose and clarity. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we engage over the coming days, I encourage us to embrace the multi-door approach, not simply as a concept, but as a mindset that values flexibility, innovation, cooperation, and most importantly, the quest for justice that is fair, timely, and accessible to all. We remain committed to work together in building a more cohesive, more justice, and more prosperous East Africa. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful deliberations.
Please let's appreciate Mr. Nyangito and KCB for that statement. And I want to thank KCB for continuing to be great partners of the Kenyan judiciary in many ways, and also for the support that you've extended to this conference. Now let's put our hands together for our second speaker, Mr. Justus Mathenge, who is a manager of Isuzu East Africa. Mr. Mathenge, welcome.
Thank you very much, MC Okelo. All protocols observed. My name is Justus Mathenge, in charge of government sales at Isuzu East Africa. And I'm also joined by my colleague, Susan Wanjiru. You can just lift your hand, in our marketing department. And ours is to thank you for letting us be here today. We've really partnered with judiciary, and our role mainly is to give you transport solutions to make your work easier to deliver. And I'll just give a brief highlight of Isuzu to connect more on why Isuzu, and also to know where the partnership commitment is coming from. As Isuzu, we are a leader in transport solutions. And for us is to earn customers for life and carry out a sustainable business. And we have got three main core values, which include customers, relationships, and excellence. For us is to make sure you align with the solutions we offer, starting off from our SUV, and we'll just have a quick look of that, and that is one of the solutions we've given the judiciary to make sure your transport logistics are well taken care of. Going on to the line of the pickups, where we also have both the double cabin and the single cabin pickups. Going on to the line of the trucks, which you're seeing on ground, from the light trucks to the heavy trucks, supporting, including to the buses. And when you talk about solutions here in Isuzu East Africa, the view is you look at it as that organization that gives you the transport solution. When you look at how we got here today, most of us came with that Isuzu MUX, if not an Isuzu double cab. I hope that is the correct statement. If you look at what you have on your tables, the water, it must have been delivered with an Isuzu truck. If you look at our transport solutions for the military, they're using the Isuzu trucks for the same. If you look at our children who are going to school, they'll be carried by that Isuzu bus. If you look at Nairobians going to town or going to work, they're using the Isuzu buses. So for us, the commitment here is to give you the transport solutions that work for you. And just to look at two models here, we have got the Isuzu MUX, and this is one of the models we know for its bold design, its best performance in terms of the good stability, the acceleration, the carrying load is going to do about a whole ton on the same. In terms of fuel efficiency, and we're having two models on this, the 1900cc, which I believe most of these is what we've given the judiciary, and the 3000cc, with a warranty of about 3 years and 100,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, and a long service interval to make sure the cost of maintaining this SUV 7-seater is best and it's giving you value. Another one of the model we've really partnered with the judiciary is the Isuzu double cabin. Again, more or less same features, but these are also looking at better fuel efficiency, coming on again a 1900cc and a 3000cc, and a long service interval. At any one time, then you'll get value because your maintenance cost is well managed. I just want to give a brief overview of other solutions we offer, from the food security, having the reefers. This is mainly used for refrigerated items in terms of transport solutions, looking at meat, looking at flowers. This is one of additional solutions we have. In the health and in the environment sector, we have the mobile clinic. I hope you can also work with a mobile court, which can get the solutions closer home, which is well equipped with everything. You just need to move and go and make sure you deliver your service on ground. We have the service truck, where we don't have presence. We use the truck to make sure that we come on ground and make your fleet well maintained. And on garbage, and this has been a lot of key focus, especially on the county levels, we've got trucks to manage the garbage system. If you look at construction and housing and security, where our trucks are playing, both from making sure we are well lit, our constructions are going on well, our troops are on ground, and whenever they want to go from one location to another, they are fully covered. So it's a complete care overview from our channels having multiple touch points and about 92 touch points in the whole country, so that by the time you have that unit that is going to make sure you travel from one point to another to give service to our customers, then it is well maintained at the closest location with best valued of parts which are available, having our engineers on ground. When you have a breakdown, you don't need to worry. Just call our number, we get our engineer within the zone on ground, come sort you out, and go and deliver what you need to do in terms of giving service. On training, we make sure, which is a big component, our drivers are well trained, which is a free service training, both on the vehicle itself, defensive driving, and we make the managers to make sure the unit gets there in terms of the need that you require. On telematics, just to look at every point of involvement for the vehicle, from where it is, from fuel management, from tracking, from geofencing, and so on and so forth. So our role here really is to give our commitment, because within the whole region we have presence, that the partnership we have with Isuzu and the judiciary is to give you the comfort that when you use Isuzu in that partnership, our role is to give you the transport solution to enable you at any one time to go to ground without any hiccups, on time, for you to deliver your mandate, and it's our commitment again to you. Thank you very much. As Isuzu, we are here not only for today, it's your 22nd, but we'll be here for the long run. Asanteni sana and have a good day.
Could I please get some orders for Isuzu? Thank you very much, Justus, for that presentation, and also thank you for being a good partner of the judiciary. Just improve on the discounts you give us, and also improve on the donation to Eamja for meetings of this nature. If that session sounded like, for those of you who pay attention to American economy, if that sounded like a combination of Wall Street and Detroit, it is because we must have money and we must move. So KCB was our Wall Street, Isuzu was our Detroit, and we are very happy to have you here. Thank you very much. We'll hope that you'll join us next year and every day. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause as we also recognize Nicholas Maro from KCB. Asante sana. I know you're our relationship manager. Thank you for the support that you extend to us, including to the Kenya Judiciary Academy. Thank you. Right. Having listened to our partners, ladies and gentlemen, let me now move into the main session. And today, our session 3A is on the future of justice is multi-door, small claims courts, bringing justice closer to the people. And I want to welcome the Honorable Chief Justices who have now joined us and heads of various delegations. Karibuni sana. And I also see a number of new judges who are not with us here from Kenya, especially from the Court of Appeal. I can see Justice Korir of the Court of Appeal. I can see Justice Odunga, who will speak to us later. Judge Karibu. Justice Kathurima, we know he was here yesterday from the Court of Appeal, but he's also here as ESCJ. Judge Karibu. Thank you very much. Now, let me invite the moderator of the session, who will lead us on the discussion on small claims court. Her Worship, Sophie Ingabire, who is a magistrate from Rwanda. Sophie, are you here? Yes. Please, let's give a round of applause as she walks up here. And the main presenter will not be Justice Godfrey, but Justice Olive Kazawera Mkwaya, Kazawe. Blame my handwriting. Judge Karibu, who is a judge of the High Court and president of JOA. Let's put our hands together for Judge Olive. And then the discussants will be Her Worship Aim Solange Musabye Yezu, who is a magistrate in Rwanda. Please let's give a round of applause as she walks up here. Then Honorable Desida Kiaruzi Kamugisha, magistrate in Tanzania. Where is Honorable Desida? Are you the one? Yes, okay. The only man standing. Please, let's give a round of applause. Right. Let me hand over to the moderator, Her Worship Sophie, to run this show. Sophie, welcome.
Thank you, MC. Good morning. I will adopt the protocol observed, and I would have said, good morning. The response is not right. Habari ya asubuhi. Mwaramutse. Hey, this response is not right. Mwasuze mutya. That means people are not in a good mood today. That's all. Should we repeat this? Are you really ready? Okay, good morning. Yeah, now I'm just getting there. Habari ya asubuhi. Mwaramutse neza. My people, you didn't have. Mwaramutse neza. That's good. Mwasuze mutya. You know, with Ruganda, you have to be soft. Okay, thank you so much for this day. And my name is Sophie Ingabire from Rwanda, and a magistrate from one of the courts back in Rwanda. From today's topic, where we are talking about the small claims. So we are talking of the small claims procedure. As a brief introduction, is simplified, fast and cost-effective judicial mechanism designed to resolve minor civil disputes without the complicity of ordinary courts processes. So its core purpose is to provide quick access to justice, especially for individuals and small businesses. By using flexible rules, informal hearings, and short timeline, decisions are delivered rapidly, often on this same day, ensuring that justice is accessible, affordable, and efficient. So let's take this moment to welcome our presenter to show or to present what she has prepared for us. And we'll do this in a period of 10 minutes for the presenter. Then probably, I don't know where my colleague is from Kenya. I don't know what has happened. Probably he's or she's on her way. Then the rest of the team probably, we'll see, 5 to 7 minutes as we wait for the next one. Thank you. Let's give a big applause to the presenter.
Good morning once again. My Lord, the Chief Justices, my brothers and sisters in East Africa, I am your default presenter this morning because the presenter was the Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire, who, as he prepared to come over here, received the sad news of the passing of his mother. So he had to stay back and handle that. Our prayers are definitely with him and his family. So he had prepared a very extensive paper, which when I look at it, requires about 30 minutes to deliver, and we don't have 30 minutes. We shall therefore share the paper for you to read at your leisure, and I'll just highlight a few points for us to take home or consider at this time. So in Uganda, the small claims procedure is 13 years old. We began the procedure with about 6 courts in 2012, and our courts are up to now 223 courts. And those are chief magistrates' courts and magistrates' courts. The procedure is unique in that it doesn't require legal representation. As per the rules, no lawyers are allowed. If you choose small claims procedure, you have to prepare to represent yourself. The matters that are handled under small claims procedure are matters that we call, they are not so complex. The categories are small contracts, rent, maybe you have a rent default, and things like that. Small commercial and contractual disputes, whose value does not exceed 10 million Uganda shillings. And for purposes of context, because I know we are in East Africa and we have different currencies, I did this comparison and it pained me to write it down because I will tell you why in a moment. So 10 million Ugandan shillings is the equivalent of 360,000 Kenyan shillings, the equivalent of approximately 7 million Tanzanian shillings, the approximately 4 million Rwanda francs, approximately 360,000 South Sudanese pounds, approximately 8 million Burundi francs, and approximately 1,500,000 shillings from Somalia. So that's 10 million Ugandan shillings. That's the value of the matters that can be handled under small claims. And the reason why I didn't want to repeat this is because my country has, the value of our money is the least in the region. So we have a lot of work to do to bring us up to speed with the rest of our brothers and sisters. So 10 million Ugandan shillings, small claims. Now the rationale for small claims as a multi-door justice pathway is examined by Justice Chiabwire, who was supposed to be your presenter. He considered that justice delayed is justice denied, which is what small claims understands. And he shares with us 13 lessons, or not 13 lessons, but a number of lessons from the 13 years of the procedure. First, it targets everyday disputes. It targets everyday disputes. They are removed from the general track, put on small claims track, and handled quickly. It is simple, informal, and speedy in the real sense of the word. In the first years, we used to have on-day completions, from serving the demand notice to receiving the parties in court to hearing and completion. It will be handled in a very short time. So no lawyers, no cost for lawyers. So that's another advantage. We also encourage pre-filing settlement under small claims. If you receive a demand notice, you may decide, oh, I don't want to go to court, I'm going to pay. And then there are no appeals in small claims, so it provides finality of decisions. There are no appeals in small claims. We also have the fact that it has local access. I've told you it goes to about, we are now reaching 223 courts. So it's down to the grassroots, and it's a people-centered service. The people themselves determine their cases. They present their cases. They don't have to, for example, if their agreement, their contractual agreement was in vernacular, the local language, they don't have to translate it into English as is required in our formal courts. They come with it the way it's written, and the magistrate can use the local language to engage with them. So it has had significant economic impact. What do I mean? Is whenever a small claim is resolved, money is released into the economy. So we've been tallying those numbers over the years, and we've now reached the 15 billion mark this year. As of 2024-2025, we are at a release of 15 billion Uganda shillings into the economy once people have been paid and they've gotten their money back through small claims. It has now been institutionalized in Uganda, and it's scaling upwards. We still have more courts to reach, and we are going to reach them, and its trajectory has not stopped since the piloting in 2012. So we believe that access to justice can be vastly improved by rethinking procedures, making them simple, faster, and more accessible to the public. In the paper, you'll find a review of the Small Claims Report 2024-2025, which you can read at your leisure. Now, in terms of challenges and needs for reform, we have an uneven response in the courts. Now, depending on the training of the magistrates and the understanding of the local community, we may not have a good response. So in the urban areas where it's well known, we have a better response, and in the local areas, not so much. We are working on that with continued sensitization and training. Timeliness of the procedure. It's supposed to be a short procedure, but because of lack of understanding, we may have time when, there are certain times when the judicial officer will put the small claim on an ordinary track, and it will lose its efficacy. That timeliness will be lost. Enforcement is sometimes difficult. You can have a judgment, but following up for payment might also be difficult in some cases. We also have resource constraints. Because we've expanded SCP, it has outpaced the available resources in some courts. We don't have the non-judicial officers who support us in some courts, and therefore it compromises the quality of the procedure. We also have gaps in data collection and monitoring of the procedure. The strength of the procedure is in how we follow, how we are performing, and when we don't have the accurate data, we cannot interpret it. We can't interpret it, and we cannot have the information we need. We need more public awareness and perception, as I've said. The further the courts, the more difficult the challenges. As you know, Uganda is not as big as it's not as big as Kenya or Tanzania, but it is big, and reaching those places, sometimes it's difficult. And our jurisdictional scope. We started at 10 million shillings in 2012, and it hasn't changed. Inflation has happened, and modest disputes which would otherwise have qualified are locked out because of the 10 million ceiling. So we need to rethink that amount because of inflation. So we understand small claims as a multi-door justice mechanism because it bridges the access justice gap between the poor and those who cannot access our courts easily without a lawyer, and those who can, or the ones who have more money. small claims offers a speedy and meaningful resolution of disputes. It's informal and empowering to the court users. It relieves the traditional courts, which are already clogged with more complex matters, and it fosters ADR. So Justice Chirabire recommends for regional harmonization and expansion of the procedure. Given Uganda's success, as we look to the future, he's thinking about complete national rollouts and consolidation of the gains we have had, peer learning among us and benchmarking, harmony of the best practices in the region, leveraging on technology and innovation, strengthening enforcement mechanisms so that we don't lose the gains we have had. It can start well from demand notice to hearing to judgment, and then you get stuck on enforcement. So we must enforce, we must strengthen our enforcement mechanism. Continue with public sensitization and learning so that people don't lose what people are always aware that the procedure is available for them to use. And finally, he recommends policy support and judicial leadership support for the sustainability of the procedure. In closing, Justice Chirabire extends his appreciation to the leadership of the judiciaries in our region who have supported innovations like this, and to the magistrates, judges, and staff who toil to make them effective. The success of SCP is owed to their dedication, and it proves that people-centered innovation in justice is possible when we put our minds to it. He encourages us across East Africa to take these lessons, the triumphs and the pitfalls alike, and consider how similar approaches might work in your jurisdictions. By continuing to collaborate and learn from each other, we will unlock the full potential of justice beyond brick and mortar. Together, let us ensure that every citizen, no matter how small their claim, finds a door to justice that is open, welcoming, and effective. I thank you, Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chirabire. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lady Justice. Let's give a round of applause to the presenter today. I don't know what has happened today morning, but the mood is not really right. I don't know why. Are we? Let's give a round of applause. Right, perfect. Thank you. Let's now listen to our next discussant, and this is someone from Rwanda, how they deal with their small claims in their courts. Thank you.
Your Lordships, Chief Justices here present, Justices, Judges, all protocols observed, a very good morning to you. Pour vous, votre honneur qui utilise la langue française, avec tout le respect que je vous dois, bonjour beaucoup. It's a great honor to be in front of the great people like you. With your permission, allow me to go straight, sharing Rwandan perspectives about small claim procedure. The introduction of small claim procedure in 2018 is among of the most recent innovations of the government's effort, especially to deal with disputes within the society and by people themselves, but also backlogs of the cases in courts. In fact, The court system is by nature so complex, costly to common citizens that it becomes only worthy deciding to engage with the remains only option to obtain an enforceable decision. For many years, litigants in Rwanda have been going through a long process to obtain a binding court decision, no matter the actual value of the litigation object. It has been observed that the time invested in following up on a case was one of the factors that could deter people from accessing justice, either by the justiciable giving up on their claims or by pulling up all such cases, including the small ones, in courts, and thus leading to unnecessary delays. To address the issue of backlogs of cases, as well as to empower the disputants themselves to play a significant role in dealing with their own disputes, the small claim procedure was introduced under Article 196 up to 211 of the law number 22/2008, as amended today, relating to the commercial, civil, labor, and administrative procedure. However, it was observed that the introduction of this procedure, unprecedented in the Rwandan judiciary system, was encountered with some challenges to the court users. Understanding these general provisions and their application to day by day, issues brought to the courts became a growing challenge, and the result was a diverging approach and the outcomes thereof. About the form and nature of the small claim procedure. The small claim procedure is instituted to ensure that claims are handled and resolved at the local level speedily, inexpensively, and in conciliatory manner. Parties are allowed to plead by themselves, to be assisted or represented. However, whether pleading by themselves, assisted or represented, parties should be always aim at a faster and a honest way to shorten the procedure and ultimately resolve the dispute through a reconciliatory mechanism mindset. Filing a small claim procedure, summoning the respondent, as well as requesting him or her to respond, follows the ordinary rules of procedure and of competence of courts and jurisdiction. However, the structure as well as the content of a small claim shall be as in accordance with the specific format. The competent courts to deal with these issues are primary courts and commercial courts. With primary courts, many cases we handle there are about what we call SACCO. They are small microfinance, which are local. When they have some disputes with the people who failed to pay, they come to primary court using this very short procedure, because this takes only 20 days from the submission of the case until the decision, it takes only 20 days. The spirit of this specific procedure is to be faster, minimal cost, and conciliatory. The judge who has this, who has an issue, has to be like a conciliator, not mostly as a judge. And the parties, they're allowed to settle their issue, and if yes, the judge must take 3 decisions. Either he or she can decide for paying an amount which was an object of litigation. He can also decide to restitute the property which was stolen or damaged. He or she can order that the damaged thing would be replaced by another one which has the same value. I'm running with the time. Sophia told me that I have only 2 minutes left. About execution, once a decision is taken in a court, the execution is immediate. There is no vertical appeal possible for small claim procedure, but horizontal appeals are allowed, and execution is immediate. Once a party was represented, the advocate fees are not paid. In that spirit of less costly. Moral damages are not paid, but other damages are evaluated at 5% of the value of litigation. I think what is important for this procedure have been said within 5 minutes I have given. If something is not clarified, we have here Justice Harrison, who is in charge of ADRs in Rwanda, including this small claim procedure. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause. Okay. The other seat was vacant, but I got someone at least for now. May I welcome Justice Kizito Magare, the judge from High Court of Kenya, to take on. Thank you. As we welcome him, please, let's give him a round of applause. As we welcome him, let's welcome Tanzania to give us their perspective regarding to that, the small claims, so that we can hear from them. Thank you.
Good morning once again. And for the interest of time, may I please adapt to the protocol already taken. I'm just trying to share with you just a little bit of experience of what is happening in Tanzania as far as the small claims are concerned. Of course, Tanzania, we believe that access to justice is beyond the conventional access to physical and virtual proximity to court premises. That's what we believe. And we think that access to justice has much to do with reduction of time and the cost of litigation. And as far as small claims are concerned, we have adopted an hybrid of the small claim litigation system in Tanzania. It's an hybrid because just a combination of 2 different measures in approaching this issue. In the first place, we have designated the primary courts that are not labeled as the small claims as such, but ordinarily when they exercise their civil jurisdictions, they act as small claims court. And as you know, the primary courts are at the bottom of the judicial hierarchy in our country. And of course, a small claim for the purpose of the primary court in Tanzania is just an amount which is less than 12,000 USD. But along with the primary courts that serve the vast of the population in our country, we as well adopted the small claims procedure. The small claims procedure is applicable in intermediate courts, that's our district courts and the courts of resident magistrates, when seated as the small claims court. So this procedure is so simplified such that it saves the costs and the time of litigation. So the threshold of the small claims as far as the intermediate courts are concerned is any claim that is less than 41,000 USD. So you can just make a calculation in your own currency and see how much is that. And of course, in fixing the threshold of the small claims in the intermediate court, we took into account that, oversimplification of procedure sometimes can lead to injustice. So we took much regard, and of course, we took into considerations of the amount and the complexity of the matter in deciding which matter should fall under the small claim. However, the government proceedings and the other subjects matters which the law prescribes a specific procedure or jurisdiction is exclusively vested in the certain courts fall outside the scope of the small claims. For example, labor, land matters, they fall outside the scope of the small claim. Now, I would like to share with you what are the advantages so far and what the experience, Tanzanian experience as far as the small claims, what is contributed by the small claims as far as enhancing access to justice is concerned. As I have earlier pointed out that this procedure is so simple, such that the rules of pleadings not strictly apply. So claims are initiated by filling a specialized form, and the form is so simple that even a layman who can just read and write can fill it. However, as well, the 6 rules of procedure and evidence do not apply in the small claims court. So witnesses are informally interrogated, interviewed before the court, and for that matter, the main and the substantive purpose of the small claims procedure is to ensure substantive justice without undue regard to technicalities. And that's what is well spelled under the small claims procedure rules. Though the small claims procedure rules not bar advocates from appearing or representing the parties, but as I've said before, the procedure is so simple such that a litigant can represent himself before the court even without a legal representation. Initially, advocates were not allowed in small claims entertained by the primary courts, but over the law was amended to allow access of advocates before the small claims. The cost of litigation has well been reduced. The maximum fee, court fee, before a small claims is around 2 USD. And the minimum is around 2 USD and the maximum is around 4 USD, compared to a minimum of 61 USD in ordinary courts. So you can see how the cost of litigation before the small claims have been substantially reduced. But with the possibility of the parties arguing their case before the small claims without the representation of advocates, that means as well the cost of litigation as well have been reduced. The timely of litigation. Timeliness is very important in far as access to justice is concerned. And the timelines in small claims procedure has been substantially reduced. And I will give you some few examples because of the interest of the time. Hearing is expected to commence within the maximum of 22 days from the initiation of the claim, as opposed to the minimum of 100 days in ordinary courts. So you can see how the timelines have been reduced. But however, the lifespan within which a case should remain pending before a small claims court is just a maximum of 5 months as opposed to a year in ordinary court. And as a matter of fact, most of the small claims are concluded within the 3 months. Now, the statistics for January to November 2025 indicates that about 22,353 small claims cases were decided countrywide. 98% of those cases were decided at the level of the primary court. And we'll be interested with the timelines. Those cases which are decided at the level of primary court, they took an average of 41 days to be finalized, you see. And those cases, just the 2% which are decided at the level of district court and the courts of resident magistrates, which are the intermediate courts applying the small claims procedure, took an average of 143 days as opposed to an average of 240 days in ordinary civil crimes. And at the level of the court of resident magistrates, the small claims took an average 159 days as opposed to 301 days. So a simple calculations informs you that there is a small procedure, claims small procedure. In the cases which are litigated at the small claims with the small claims procedure, there is at least a 60% shorter in the period. The litigation time is shorter by 60% in the courts of district courts, and it's by 53% shorter in the courts of resident magistrates. So you can see how much the small claims procedure saves the courts time and as well the parties' time. But what is more interesting is the physical proximity to these courts. We have around over 1,000 small claims courts in Tanzania. 906 serves at the primary court, and the rest, this were around 166 serves at the intermediate level. That's at the level of the regional courts and the district court as well. And most of these courts are at the bottom, where the society resides, the target population. So you can see even the physical proximity to the court premises also as well important. Because as I'm concluding, you see the scope of small claims courts in Tanzania is limited to ordinary civil claims. So matters like land and labors, which attract most of litigation in our country, are not covered. So we think it's now the right time to consider now expanding or opening more doors for small claims litigation in Tanzania. And of course, my conclusion remark then, for the interest of time, is can you see that we have over 100,000 small claims courts in the country. And of course, these small claims courts and the small claims procedure as well, they offer justice at the speedy, with the little procedural technicalities, and of course no procedural technicalities as well, and as well at a reduced cost. So we believe that by streamlining this procedure and conducting hearing informally at a minimal cost, these courts have been the forum and the beneficial to the primarily pure litigants in Tanzania that are seeking justice. And of course, inclusion of those societies in the justice delivery system in Tanzania has restored the confidence of the public in the Tanzanian judiciary. And as I'm saying, according to the survey that was conducted in 2003, the public satisfaction with the judicial services in Tanzania is at 88%. And I believe, and I strongly believe, that small claims procedure rules, as well as the primary court that serves as the small claims courts and at the level, at the bottom of the society, have immensely contributed to this achievement. Our challenge is, how do we keep this record? And lastly, but not least, I also believe that with the small claims procedure and the small claims courts, Tanzania's judiciary has upheld its constitutional mandate to timely dispense justice without undue regard to technicalities and to one's social or economic status. So I've said so. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you so much, Tanzania.
Was that enough? Let's add more. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Now that we are short of time, let's listen from Kenya and hear what they do with small crimes litigation here. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Yeah, I woke up today not knowing I'll speak, and I've been given a short task because the speaker is currently involved in discussions on recruitment of small claims adjudicators. So it's a good coincidence. Kizito Magara is my name. I want to give a Kenyan position. I have a small paper which I wrote quickly. In Kenya, the small claims is closer to the Tanzanian position. It was established in 2016 and the rules were put in place in 2017. The jurisdiction of the small claims in Kenya is 1 million Kenyan shillings, which is about 7,600 USD. You can do the calculations for the rest. The small claims are headed by adjudicators who are essentially magistrates, but gazetted for that very specific reasons, and they are placed within either counties or sub-counties. Their jurisdiction is limited to contracts, sale of goods, personal injuries, and related counterclaims, but property and employment is excluded. Definitely succession is also excluded. The law provides that the claim has to be concluded within 60 days. And true to that word, about 50, generally, the average number of days it takes is 53 days. The procedure is simplified because when you file a claim, you fill a form. It's a very simple form. You don't need to enter appearance, you just do a response. And that response is also equally simple. Magistrates, lawyers are allowed, but the procedure and the costs are minimal. For example, filing fees is a minimum of 200 shillings, which is about $1.50 to 1,000 shillings. So meaning that, and the costs are only awarded to a successful party, meaning that if your case is dismissed, there are no costs. If it's allowed, that's when you're given very minimal costs. Unlike other countries, as I've heard, there is a right of appeal, but the right of appeal is only on matters of law, not matters of fact. They are basically meaning that essentially the lower court, the adjudicators at the last court, because very few matters of law arise in the high court, but it's allowed. But the appeal to the high court is a final one. There is no appeal allowed after that. There are a few guiding principles that are provided under the Act, but mainly is fairness, simplicity of procedure, timely disposal of proceedings, and having regard, and you are not allowed to have undue regard to procedural technicalities. Rules of procedures, we know them, of evidence do not apply. So the adjudicator applies the best rules in the circumstances. They are even allowed to call evidence of their own, so that, but they have to inform the other parties. They rarely do that, but they are allowed to call evidence, including making a phone call to confirm certain facts. Okay? So what is the learning curve? The learning curve that we've had is that there have been disputes regarding the appeals and what constitutes small claims, but they have been very, very effective in disposing cases. Imagine finishing your case within 53 days, but mostly 60 is what is required, and execution after that, huko ndio kuna kisungumukuti, because the execution, unlike Rwanda, which is immediate, you have stay for 15 days, and then the normal execution under the civil procedure rules. So probably that's where we differ with Rwanda, where execution is immediate. And the other difference is that issue of appeal. There's a feeling that 1 million Kenyan shillings is a little amount, but then the number of cases are many. The last question, the last aspect that I've noted is that the small claims are county-based, so that they arise within, we have 47 counties, so the small claims are gazetted to deal with cases within those counties. So, and that has helped to ease the travel. You don't need to travel far, you just do within. And in Kenya, we still use online case hearings, so they don't need to travel at all. With all that English, I think I've finished. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much from the discussant from Kenya. Now that we've heard from all these, the speaker and the discussants, the floor is open and to everyone here. Whoever has a question or something to add on what has been presented, it's your time. You're most welcome. May I see your hands up? Anyone adding on something or a question that can be raised to these people in front of you? Okay, let's have like 2 or 3 questions so that we close this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, presenter and the moderator for today. My name is Rita Kidasa Neumbe. I am a Chief Magistrate from Uganda. I'm just seeking clarification from Tanzania. What I heard him say is that the threshold is 41,000 USD. Was it USD or another currency? Because I'm thinking this is rather high for small claims. Thank you.
Good morning. It's Worship Robert Oanda from Kenya. I have a question for Rwanda on the issue of horizontal appeal. How is it done? Judge Gizito mentioned about our ceiling, $7,000 US.
Do you mind if you just speak a bit louder?
I think Judge, you meant maybe $700, not $7,000 US. The ceiling of the matters that are handled at the small claims in Kenya. You said $7,000 US. I believe it's $700, not $7,000. Thank you.
Was the question, excuse me, was the question addressed to Rwanda or Tanzania?
Rwanda.
So, do you mind repeating this question?
I wanted to know how the horizontal appeals are done. Horizontal. I heard of horizontal appeals.
All right, thank you.
From the small claims courts.
One more question. Oh, 2 more questions. Okay, it's okay.
Thank you, presenters. Kwesiga Joseph is my name, Chief Magistrate from Uganda. The question goes to both countries, that is Tanzania and Kenya. Specifically, Tanzania is said they used not to allow advocates, but now the law has been amended, or is about to be amended, to allow lawyers. And the rule here is that technicalities are not permitted, and the rules of evidence. Do you think when you allow lawyers in the courtroom, you will avoid this? 2, I think it is, I don't know whether it is Kenya, they talked about contracts, that they are also involved in this, and in Uganda, it's only limited to recovery of money as long as it is below its own threshold. Thank you.
One more question from someone in front of you.
Thank you.
Justice.
I would like to know the position of legal representation in Uganda and in Rwanda? Because in Tanzania they have clarified, so has it been done for Kenya. What is the position on legal representation in those two?
They are not hearing you properly. Do you mind repeating the question?
I want to know whether advocates are allowed to represent clients in small claims in Rwanda and in Uganda.
Thank you, my lord. So the current position in Uganda from the paper I presented is that advocates are not allowed. That's what he wrote. The current.
Thank you very much. For the one who was asking about horizontal appeal, horizontal appeal could happen, for instance, when the judgment has been heard in absentia, and one party wants to that judgment be revised. It's an example of horizontal appeal. Which is not allowed is vertical appeal, still in that spirit of being faster. About advocate fee, in Rwanda, representativity or as I said, the party could be assisted or represented, but for their own money. It is allowed, but you cannot ask for reversing the advocate fee in the spirit of being less costly. I thank you.
I think you have two questions to respond. And whenever I'm responding to these questions, I would just like to make it clear the two dimensions of the small claims litigation system in Tanzania. We have a match approach. The first approach, as I said before, is that we have our primary courts. That's purely serves as the small claims courts when it comes to litigation in civil claims. Of course, as you know, that the primary court also serves or litigates other matters, but when it comes to civil cases, it's pure a small claim. But also we have adapted the small claims procedure, as I said before, that is applicable to the intermediate courts. That's the courts of resident magistrates and the district court. So even the threshold is also divided into those two perspectives. So when it comes to the intermediate courts, that's subject to the small claims procedure rules. The maximum amount is 41,000 USD. That is equivalent to 100 million TZ shillings. It's 100 million Tanzanian shillings. So that's the figure is right. But there's only one exception, that amount should not fall within the jurisdiction of the primary courts. So this means that the intermediate courts, when entertaining small claims court, their jurisdiction is between, any amount ranging between 12,000 USD to 41. Anything below 12,000 USD goes to the primary court. I don't know if that's clear. So when it comes to the primary court, then the threshold is 12,000 USD. That is equivalent to 30 million Tanzanian shillings. It's okay? So the figures are clear as well. When it comes to lawyers, as well, we should keep in mind the two distinctions I've said before when it comes to the match approach in small claims courts in Tanzania. Lawyers in primary courts were bad before 2021, if my memories are correct. They could not appear before the primary court. And of course, the reason was very simple, that predominantly the primary court by then were presided over by lay magistrates with a diploma in law. But later on, I think from 2012, if my memory is also correct, most of the primary court magistrates are land brothers with the degree in law. So the law was changed to allow audience of the advocate before the primary court. However, the procedure remains the same. It is so simplified. So the procedure is so simple, but advocates have audience. Even the timelines, as I said before, they have been reduced. Because the timeline for arguing a case, for the timeline within which the case should be pending before the primary court is 6 months, and now it is being reduced to 3 months. But when it comes to the intermediate courts, the small claims procedure rules allow appearance by advocates. But as I said before, the procedure is as well so simplified that even rationally it does not even require the appearance by an advocate. But because we believe that legal presentation is also a constitutional right, so there is a balance between the right to legal representation as well the constitutional obligation to expedite litigations and of course offer justice at a minimal cost. I think I have responded to all the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I answer my question, I think for the common law practitioners, when you were listening to the question from Rwanda, you were not getting what they were saying. When they say a parallel review or a horizontal review is what we ordinarily call review. Just the normal review we do in Kenya under Order 45. That's what they call horizontal review. The same court doing the same thing. Okay? Then I hope that is understood. Then now we move to my question. It's a mathematical question. I didn't attend the group of schools. I was in a government African school. The last time I divided 1 million by 130, it came to 7,500. Those who went to a group of schools, they came to 700. Let's just leave it that it's Kenya shillings, 1 million. Hesabu ingine, tuachie wengine wanajua hesabu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to the presenter and the discussants here. What has happened to you? What has happened? Let's give a round of applause to these people. Hope all the questions have been answered. And I've realized we still have a room to improve on these methods of small claims, as we really want to reach on this theme of where we have to put to unlock multi-door pathways for people to have justice. Thank you. Back to the MC. Blessings.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause for the discussions on claims courts. Judge Magare was speaking in Kenyan language. When you say you went to group of schools, it means you went to private academy. And if you didn't go to group of schools, you went to the normal government school. So you're saying that he didn't go to a private academy. So trying to calculate 1 million shillings into dollars is a problem. Now, we all have our calculators, isn't it? Please get your calculators. I want to calculate your per diems. The exchange rate for the Kenya US dollar is 129 shillings. So what is 129 divided by a million? Please calculate. Get out your phones. We have to get this math right. What is it? You didn't go to group of schools also. What is it? 129 divided by a million. Huh? 7,000? Right, so it is $7,000. That is the pecuniary jurisdiction of the small claims court in Kenya. I just wanted us to be clear on that so that we know what we are talking about. It's about $7,000. So thank you very much for that session 3A. I suggest we take session 3B before we break for tea. Is that okay? Is that in order? I think our worship was right. There's something in the air today. But I think if you want, think about dinner tonight. The gala dinner will be something interesting. So think about it. It may lift our spirits as we go along. Let me invite the moderator for session 3B, which is on emerging digital technology and its impact on judiciary work. Automation has been a major thing in this region. Even our partner in the morning, KCB, did allude to it. Tanzania, I think, is doing excellent work. And let me invite Honorable Nabwike Mbaba, a magistrate from Tanzania, who will be the moderator of this session. Let's give a round of applause to Honorable Mbaba. Karibu sana. And then let me also invite the presenter, Mr. Evans Ikua, ICT consultant, ITU. Where is Evans? Yes. Please let's give them a round of applause as they come up and lead this discussion on emerging technology and impact on judiciary work from the perspective of the theme of our conference on multiple approaches to justice. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. My lords, distinguished judges and magistrates, good morning to you all. Is that thing still in there? Good morning. Okay. In fact, I know and I have evidence that we are all neighbors, as we are all the members of East African community, so we are all neighbors. So I'm going to say it in Swahili. Habari za asubuhi majirani. Okay, thank you. As introduced, I'm Nabwike Mbaba, a magistrate from Tanzania, and I'm going to be a moderator for this session. And the topic for this session is emerging digital technology and its impacts on judicial work. The emerging digital technology and its impact on the judiciary work. We can all agree that the topic is very important and it's very interesting, because I'm sure there is no single judiciary here which is not undergoing digital transformation. So the issue of digital technology is very important. We thank Eamja for thinking of the topic. And that being the fact, Eamja has assigned to us a very distinguished presenter. He is a guru in ICT. That is Mr. Evanson Ikua. He's from ITU, ITU. So I think you'll all allow me to welcome Mr. Evans to give us his presentation. A round of applause for Mr. Evans. Welcome.
Good morning, honorable members of the judiciary, and good morning. Kindly allow me to ride on the protocols that are already observed, and in particular, in the interest of time. As introduced, my name is Ivan Zikua, and just like my brother from Kenya earlier, me and him, we did not go to groups of schools, but we did go to school as a group. And my problem is not with numbers. As you can tell, I'm in IT. My problem is with English. So I'll beg, in case I should mess with my language a bit, you'll kindly forgive me. So I'm an IT consultant, and I specialize in the area of what we call IT governance, risk, and compliance. And because of that particular issue of compliance, I advise companies and organizations on how to implement processes and programs that help them to comply to legal, regulatory, and contractual obligations. And this, of course, puts me in a good state to understand the IT laws that exist and see how technology is affecting or is affected by the laws that exist. But most critically is what we'll be able to see. Initially I was told I had about 2 hours to present, but I'm told I have not more than 20 minutes. So I'll try to condense my presentation as much as possible. So what we will see is that technology presents us with a lot of opportunities, not just in the judiciaries, but of course across the entire spectrum of business and processes that we have in the rest of government and even in the small enterprises. So there are a lot of opportunities that technology provides that you can be able to ride on. And so what we'll be looking at today is particularly in respect to the judicial work that we do. What are the technologies, the emerging technologies that exist that can be able to help us to make our work easier and to help us to dispense justice more efficiently and, of course, execute what our mandate is. So I'll start by making this observation that based on a report that was issued by the Kenyan judiciary a few years ago, it was observed, and this was especially directly mentioned by the Honorable Chief Justice, that Kenya was able to reduce the number of case backlogs by 99% in only a period of 6 months between June and December 2024. And this was out of an effort that the Kenyan judiciary had to increase efficiency in the judicial work, which was anchored in the adoption of technology. And the technology became a very, very critical part of that efficiency out of, as we'll see, the many aspects of processes that the Kenyan judiciary has managed to automate. But then we have to remember that this is not just about making, dispensing cases faster. It's actually much more than that. It's actually ensuring that families are able to get closure more quickly for the issues that they have, and ensuring that businesses are going to be more certain about the issues that they may have, and of course ensuring that victims get their day in court appropriately. And so the question that we are going to be looking at today is not whether technology actually can help us to make our work easier or more efficient, because that has already been clearly established looking at the Kenyan context. So what we are going to be looking at is how can we be able to leverage on technology and scale the way we are using technology in the different countries so that we can be able to make access to justice even better and faster. And the way Kenya was able to do this was having a very, very intentional investment in people, processes, and technology. Technology will not work for the sake of technology working. Digitalization or digital transformation is a matter of taking the processes that you have and using technology to transform those processes, to enable those processes to make them more efficient so that you're able to do more work. And there is nowhere in the whole enterprise where that becomes more critical, especially in the judicial, than in the judicial system, where we know that we are all faced with a growing case backlogs and issues that relate to access to justice. So as you do that, you can't also forget about the people that are required to carry out that implementation. You have to, and as we'll see this, you have to really make a big investment in people building their capacity, building the capacity of the people who are supposed to be accessing the technology, using the judicial services through the technologies, and also building the capacities of ourselves, the people who are actually charged with dispensing that justice. So I've created a hypothetical case that we can be able to look at quickly of a case that can be done and see how a case can be able to be fast-tracked and made more efficient using technology. Here we have a hypothetical person called Maria. I hope there is no Maria here, and if there is, it's in no reference. So Maria has a court case, a land case that they need to that she needs to execute. And because there exists a digital process and the processes have been digitized, we are seeing here that she is able to log into a digital platform and submit her case and basically file her case and make her payments online. In Kenya, we have a lot of adoption of M-Pesa, and looking at the judicial services, as in all government services that we have, the integration with mobile payments has already been done. So you're able to she's able to file a case and make a payment, and on the same day, she's able to get a case reference, and then that case is automatically assigned to a magistrate. And within 15 minutes, that case, the defendant already receives notification through SMS. At least in the Kenyan system, we have the use of USSD, where you can be able to receive alerts about how your case is going. And the court clerk also is able to receive a digital file for verification, and the case is assigned to a magistrate. So a hearing date is already set within 15 minutes. By the 5th day, we can be able to have a pre-trial conference that can be done online using video conferencing, and the people don't have to travel. At the bottom there, you'll be able to see if, in case we were to be using the traditional methods where you have to travel out of your home to a town to file a case, and then those documents that you file have to be verified, it takes much more time. And by the time you're getting to about 3 weeks, we already have the submission of evidence. Digital files, evidentiary files can be submitted digitally, and they can also be verified to check their authenticity. And if you are to be thinking about the traditional way, which is manual, again, this would have taken much more time, because you still have to travel, you have to get a lot of documents, get them notarized, and even stand the chance of maybe losing those documents along the way. And by the 30th day, the hearing can be done. Some of the parties can attend the hearing virtually, and some can attend the hearing physically. And because all the documents that are part of the evidence have already been scanned into the system and verified, then it becomes very easy for the magistrate to be able to verify that those documents are actually authentic, because the different parties have already been given time. So you can see that is already within a month, the case is already being heard, and within a month and a half, a judgment can already be issued. And that judgment can be sent via email. It can be sent via other methods that can be used that are digital. And because of that, a case that would have taken maybe between 6 months and 12 months at the least is taking about 1.5 months to dispense. But that is just a hypothetical case. It might not go exactly that way, but it gives you an idea of the kind of opportunities that technology gives us. So this is one of the cases that I was able to find that has actually validated the adoption of technology. We'll be looking at a few technologies that can be used. One of those technologies is the use of digital signatures. And in this case, the use of digital signatures was very critical, because this case was being heard during the COVID-19 time, when we had lockdowns and courts were trying to go virtual. And we'll see how that crisis fast-tracked the adoption of technologies to what we have right now, and then we see how we can be able to look forward to see how we can be able to adopt even more technology. So we'll see that technology is not supposed to be our master. It's a tool that we are supposed to use, and you'll also see that technology should not come in to fast-track injustices. Rather, it should come to help us to make justice more accessible and more quicker to dispense. Some of the key technologies we are going to be looking at, not even in detail, and these are just some of the few that are emerging technologies. Some are being already adopted. One of them is artificial intelligence. Right now, artificial intelligence is all the rage, and I'll be talking about it a bit more. We have, I'm sure you already heard about the case of an AI robot that represented a person in the US. I can't remember exactly how that went, but there are many issues that come up with that. And with the advent of the way now robotics is growing, we see a lot of humanoid robots being developed, and very soon they are going to become a product. So is it possible that I can be able to get a robot that goes to represent me in court? Because if I get my regular lawyer, maybe he'll hear one case in a day and he'll get tired. He might not be able to hear as many cases as possible. But a robot is what we normally call indefatigable. One robot can be doing cases 24/7 so long as it's charged. But how can we be able to take that and see that we can be able to work with that? Then we'll also look at digital identities. We'll see how digital identities form the foundation of all the digital work that is normally done, because at the very beginning you have to identify individuals. We look at digital IDs and we look at how that integrates with the rest of the technologies. Then there are digital signatures. How do you authenticate and make sure that, for instance, documents are authentic? We look at the issues around notarization of documents and how we can be able to know that documents are actually authentic when they're presented within the legal process. Then we look at case management and court automation systems. This is one of the technologies that is already widely adopted, and we'll see how the COVID-19 crisis fast-tracked the automation of court processes, and we see how across the region, almost all jurisdictions are already adopting case management information systems to make the process of dealing with cases faster. Then we look at data protection and cybersecurity. This is one of my pet subjects. I do a lot of work around data protection. We look at the emerging privacy issues and how to deal with data protection, how to deal with data subject rights, and how to ensure that even within the legal judicial systems, data is being processed lawfully. So starting off with artificial intelligence, there are many opportunities that artificial intelligence provides. One of them is with legal research. With AI, there are a lot of AI systems that are being made for a lot of different topics. And I do believe that there are AI systems that are being developed to deal with, particularly with the legal systems, because AI is able, once the AI has been fed with a lot of information, what we call the large language models relating to legal documents, then it becomes much, much easier to conduct legal research. It becomes much easier to predict, to carry out predictive analysis to determine how fast cases are going to go or what kind of outcomes we are going to expect from court cases. But then we have to be very careful about adopting AI, because as we'll see, it will also come with issues, because it's not just a matter of that everything that comes out of AI is going to be something that you can be able to rely on and base your judgments on. Then there is it can also be adopted for document review and analysis, where you can be able to have automated review, and you can also be able to use it as a risk assessment tools. It has been used in the US.
Sorry, it's like there is too much murmuring and some people do not get the presentation. Can we kindly be attentive for Mr. Evans? Thank you. Can you please proceed?
Thank you so much. So risk assessment tools can also be used and in artificial intelligence, and this has actually been adopted even in the US, but we'll see that this can also bring a lot of issues when you're trying to predict, to carry out risk assessment on suspects and people who are being released and trying to make determinations around whether you are going to release a suspect or not. And then there's case scheduling and management. I've talked about case management information systems. Artificial intelligence can be able to fast track these and make it much, much easier and much better, because we're able to look at the different, what is happening in different courts and in different other systems that can be connected. And that way you're able to make your calendaring much, much more better. But there are critical issues and concerns that you have to think about. One of them is the legal questions that you will need to ask. For instance, can AI-generated analysis be admitted as evidence when you're looking at evidence and the laws of evidence across the different jurisdictions? And then, in case the artificial intelligence or AI makes errors, who's going to be liable for that? I gave the example of that robot that represented somebody in the US. If something should go wrong and the robot makes an error of judgment, then who's going to be held responsible for that? Can we be able to equate an AI to professional judgment that you can be able to get from somebody who's liable to certain ethics? And then what is the evidentiary weight of the decisions that you're going to make as a magistrate or a judge that has been based on artificial intelligence? These are questions that need to be addressed. We may not have answers for them right now, but these are some of the issues that you want to be looking at. Then there are ethical concerns. Where, as I've mentioned, AI can also make algorithmic bias, where if it is already programmed in a certain way, it can already make bias out of the decisions that it makes, and so on and so forth, and transparency and accountability, all the way to judicial independence. Does reliance on AI compromise judicial discretion? Because at the end of the day, what a human is expected to make is to make discretion based on a lot of things that an artificial intelligence tool may not be able to have, based on the fact that it is actually automated and it is using algorithms. Then you have to consider the legal frameworks that you have. We want to look at the evidence acts that we have across the region to see to what extent are they allowing the adoption of AI. Are AI-generated reports admissible under existing evidence rules? Maybe, maybe not. It's only recently that in Kenya we've had an AI strategy from the government. So by the time these cascade to the other industries and especially to the judiciary, it might take a bit of time. And it's something that you already have to be thinking about strategically, in as much as we acknowledge the opportunities that AI gives. And then there is issues about data protection laws. One of the main issues around AI has been the programming or the data that AI ingests, whether it is protected under data protection laws. And I know for a fact that across the region, we already now have data protection laws, maybe say for 1 or 2 countries. So how can AI be used in relation to that? And then the key recommendations as given. One of the things is that AI should augment and not replace judicial decision making. In whatever you will do with AI, you cannot fully replace your processes with artificial intelligence, and you should only use it to augment your processes. A lot has been said about the fact that AI might replace jobs, and that is indeed happening. But what's going to happen is that AI is helping us to make work more efficient, so that work that could have taken you 1 week would probably take you maybe a day or 2. And this is the opportunity that we get out of artificial intelligence from the perspective of dealing with case backlogs. So we're able to do more because we're able to have AI assistance, and that basically means that we cannot replace ourselves with artificial intelligence. Then there's digital identities. As I mentioned, digital identities form the bedrock of anything that is done with technology, especially things that need to be done remotely and online. If you're going to do something virtual, for instance, e-commerce, then digital identities are going to be critical. The same thing for the judicial system. If you are going to to allow people to attend courts virtually, the first thing you want to be able to do is to identify those people, just like we identify ourselves with the national ID or a passport. That is what digital identities normally do. You have to identify yourself, but as we go into the next section about digital signatures, that process of identification normally starts with identification, then it goes to authentication. Authentication now is captured by digital signatures, and then you go to authorization. So by the time you authorize somebody to attend court virtually, you first have to identify them. And and because you are not there, it's virtual, the only way you can be able to do that is using digital identities. And this way, in enabling us to be able to offer judicial services remotely, of course, it is helping us to make a lot of efficiencies. It is helping us to save a lot of time, and it is helping more people to be able to access justice that they probably would not have accessed if they had to travel. So it has those benefits about accessing justice. You can be able to do remote filing and tracking of cases. This can only be done if you're able to properly identify people digitally and reducing time for physical court appearances. Then there is, of course, the efficiency that is given out of that. You're able to streamline user authentication. As I mentioned, it starts with identification, then authentication. Authentication is about making sure that if, for instance, it's Evans who's attending court virtually, how do you know that the person that you're seeing on the other side is actually Evans? You have to authenticate them, and you can be able to do that, as we'll see in a short while. So we have national IDs. In Kenya, we now have the Huduma number that is about to be rolled out. It's going to be a digital identity that is going to be used in a lot of ways. At the Ministry of ICT Authority in Kenya, they're also rolling out what we call the Public Key Infrastructure, PKI. And that basically is one way of making identifications and also issuing digital signatures. Broadly, there is also what we call, because those are normally governed by entities, we also have what we call the sovereign identities, where somebody can be able to have a digital signature or a digital identity that was not necessarily given by a governmental authority. So judicial systems have to be thinking about those options and those possibilities to see how we can be able to make our work easier. Then there are those legal and privacy challenges that we have to navigate. For instance, data protection concerns, again, exclusion risks. Does it mean that everybody across your country is going to be able to access digital identities and digital signatures? And then the risks that come with that. All these technologies have to be secured, and unless they are properly secured, then they can lead to a compromise of the judicial system, because you might end up making the wrong decisions based on people that you have not properly identified, and of course that can be able to compromise the work that you are doing. The legal frameworks that I think I had somebody mention yesterday that law normally follows innovation. So for instance, in Kenya, we have a law around digital identities. We have the Information and Communications Act that has a lot of information about digital identities and digital signatures. And across the whole region, I'm sure there are other laws that exist. And we have to keep reviewing them and seeing how they are helping us to access those technologies. The digital signatures also present with us a lot of opportunities. Again, they help us to eliminate the necessity for physical presence in courts, and you can be able to fast track document processing. And as I mentioned, the foundation is on public key infrastructure. So because of that foundation, they become the bedrock of what all other digital applications are normally built on. And digital signatures are currently being recognized, especially as I mentioned, in Kenya, and even in Tanzania and Uganda and Rwanda. Digital signatures and electronic authentication is being recognized there. The legal challenges and constraints are very, very similar again. You have to think about the evidence acts that we have. whether the evidence acts as they exist allow for the admissibility of digital signature or signatures or evidence that is accompanied by these digital signatures. Does the Evidence Act already recognize that if a document is digitally signed, it is as good as a document that was physically signed? Then there are procedural questions and security concerns and cybercrime acts. In Kenya, we have the Cybercrime Act, and we need to be looking at that to see to what extent is it recognizing digital signatures. Then there are implementation issues that also have to be taken into consideration, the technical issues, the legal gaps that may exist, and basically see how we can be able to address those. So the recommendations is basically to harmonize laws across the East African community and develop court rules that are going to help us to deal with to use digital signatures in the work that we do, and a lot of training for judicial officers and capacity building for the public so that it can be able to understand. Then there is privacy and data protection. As I mentioned, data protection is already quite available across the region, and privacy issues and concerns are issues that relate to technology. It's a matter of how is the judiciary going to take cognizance of the issues around data protection, about subject access requests, about the rights of data subjects, about the requirements for consent and lawful basis of data processing, and generally how to be able to dispense court cases that touch on data protection and touch on technology based on the current technology that we have. Thank you. So it's one of the key areas that we need to be looking at. And there are quite a number of concerns for data protection. One of them is the legal basis for processing. Looking at data protection acts, a lot of most of the work that the judiciary does is normally exempt from the requirements of data protection, other than mostly the issues around the administration issues. But again, and I've already seen this happening in terms of privacy. I've seen cases where if it's a case about maybe children or custody and that kind of thing, the privacy information is normally redacted so that children are able to retain their privacy. There are quite a number of recommendations about data protection and privacy. We need to form court rules around data protection, do a lot of judicial training and public guidelines and legislative clarity on how to deal with issues around data protection. So I'm trying to fast track my presentation because I don't have a lot of time, but I'll be very happy to share this presentation with everybody as needed so that you can be able to see the details that I had. So the other emerging technologies, such as what you've already mentioned about virtual courts and online dispute resolution, that is already happening quite a lot. And as we've heard, a lot of countries are already adopting that. And then there are legal challenges that we need to look at when it comes to virtual virtual court cases and how to use online dispute resolution. And they touch on all those other issues that we've talked about, authentication, identities, and all that. Then we see how to protect judicial systems with the cybercrime acts that we have. We need to have a balancing act. Yes, there is the law and there is the technology, but how are we able to balance between the freedom of expression versus cybercrime prosecution? These issues are already becoming pertinent issues. How to balance between legitimate criticism of the judiciary versus cyber harassment, like what we have in the Cybercrimes Act. We need to have a balance around that, and the public interest reporting versus contempt of court, and balance between over broad cybercrime laws used to silence dissent. So all these issues are new technology areas where we have to be looking at, and we have to balance between innovation and the different aspects and see how we can be able to deal with that and the kind of safeguards we can be able to put in place to deal with that. Here, the shared framework that we can be able to use for responsible technology adoption. Of course, we may not be able to go through all these, but I've looked at issues around having a people-centered approach. At the end of the day, you're dispensing technology to people. And whatever you do, you have to keep that in mind, that whatever technology you're going to adapt, at the end of the day, it's justice that needs to be given to people, and you cannot do anything that is going to stand in the place in the way of that. Then you have to think about legal compliance, the judicial oversight, training and capacity building, and security of the system that you are going to use. Because the moment those securities are compromised, then that basically the whole judicial process that you are dealing with has been compromised. And the recommendations that I can leave you with as a close, especially for the East African community, the priorities that we need to first start off with is the digitization of case management. This is already happening in a lot of jurisdictions, as we've had, and it becomes the most foundational thing and the easiest, lowest hanging fruit that we can be able to do. But once we do that, the next step we want to go to is to encourage the adoption of digital IDs, because this is what is going to make the process even more concrete and even more dependable. And as we do that, then the next step is to embrace the use of digital signatures. You are making the process even better and more efficient. And as you do that, then you can start thinking about enhancing the processes with AI systems and working with AI assistance, so that, as we said, you are not replacing yourself with AI, but you are using AI as your assistance, basically keeping in mind that whatever AI gives you, you have to verify and validate before you can be able to adopt it, make binding decisions. And finally, it would be very good if you can be able now to have cross-border integration, so that as we are trading with each other, we know we can be able to depend on the judicial systems across borders. These are some of the recommendations that we have. Again, just distilling that into more detail. I don't have time to go through all that, but there's quite a number of strategic issues, some going now to governance and operational, the kind of infrastructure that you need to do, and the kind of capacity building that we need to put in place. So regional integration, as mentioned, is very, very critical. We need to be able to have laws that speak the same language, if I may. You need to harmonize technology adoption standards and share legal practices across the region. And we also stand an opportunity to be able to adopt technology in a standard way across the region, so that, for instance, digital signatures should be able to be adopted across the region, so that if I have a digital identity, just like I have a passport, I can be able to transact with a business in Uganda or Tanzania. There are a lot of impacts. I think I've already mentioned about some of those impacts: faster case processing, and reduced costs across the board, and transparency, efficiency gains. All those can be actualized by the adoption of technology. So we may not have time to go through the case studies, but Kenya is a great case study when it comes to digital adoption of digital technologies. One of the areas where technology has really been adopted in Kenya is with the case management, electronic case management. And I've seen that this is actually the correct position across the region. We also have a case tracking system. Virtual courts are already being used, and digital signature frameworks are already in place and are already being adopted in the country. And there are many results of that, big impact, many results already being achieved. As I mentioned at the beginning, court cases, the case backlogs has already been reduced by about over 90%, but there are challenges encountered. Technology adoption will come with challenges, it will come with risks. Sorry? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks a lot for your time and for your indulgence. As I mentioned, I may not have had time to go through the entire presentation in detail, but But overall, it's good to see that the opportunities that technology presents us, and we can be able to make use of those technologies to make our judicial work more efficient. So thank you so much. I'm sorry for taking too long.
Okay. A warm round of applause for Mr. Evans for a long and intensive presentation. Thank you, Mr. Evans. I know that we are staying between the health break and you, so maybe I will welcome just a few contributions, maybe 3. Okay. Yes. Yes. You can start. Yes, Honorable. Yes. The microphone, sorry. Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Iku. I think that was a lot of information, but I think you've tried your best, so thank you very much. Now, for me, I have 3 questions. One of them is here. Yes. One of them is the Meta AI. So I want to know how accurate is it? Because like the other day, I needed to make a speech. Within 10 seconds, I already had a speech and I was able to use it. The Meta AI on WhatsApp, in that space, because you're an expert. How efficient is that? But the other thing is that I heard you talking about digital identities. And the question is, even as you deal with digital identities, our courts are very open. It's an open space, even for other litigants to come in. So I was wondering, at what point are these digital identifiers coming in? Because in any case, in a virtual space, our courts are open courts. So why do we need digital identifiers for them to attend court? The next thing is that now when we look at because all this AI deals with algorithms, and any person, even for myself, I can post anything on Wikipedia, and AI is going to pick it. So what safeguards are there to ensure that this is something that we can use? Because remember, like even the hackers, they can hack into the system. So they can go back again and give us funny-looking decisions which are not true, but they are there. And somebody relies on them. So that is one of the issues that I had. But somebody said that they might not have time to ask, and she wanted something about cyberbullying. So maybe you can tell us something about that, the virtual space. Thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you, Justice Jackie.
Thank
you.
Okay,
the second question. Yeah.
Thank you, the presenter. What I expect is that, as said, I think from yesterday, and even the judges whom I meet, they are crying of the backlogs of a lot of work. I want to ask, in your expectation, do you think or do you have any hope that AI shall contribute at least 70% of the work that we do, in that we hope that in the future we'll get time to relax and not be killed by the backlog and the tension and the stress, and we expect to be with well-being. Thank you.
And thank you, Honorable. And the last one? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Anthony Wabwire. I serve at the Industrial Court of Uganda. Mr. Ikua, you have spoken at length about the need for capacity building of judicial officers. I wish to share our experience at the Industrial Court, where we have developed an in-house case management system integrating with artificial intelligence. Now, the thesis for our development is that the object of digital technology must be to assist the judge do their work, and that is the work of judging. So every development phase involves the judge's needs. what difficulties, and to answer my brother's question, what difficulties are the judges experiencing? And therefore, what internally generated solutions are coming from IT? The reason I'm saying this is that we are not developing it from the outside in, but we are developing it with the judicial mind and judicial function at the center of the development. So the point being that AI's 10-second summary of a record of appeal of 60, 80 pages is very helpful in allowing the judge to do their work. My counsel being that IT should involve the judicial officers much more. It deals with resistance to change, and it betters the understanding of what AI can do to augment our work. I so argue.
Thank you, Honorable. And Mr. Evans, you are welcome for the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that last comment, especially because that is what I want to start with. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned, technology is used as a tool. It is not technology that drives the processes, but the processes drive the technology that is going to be adopted. So it has to be starting from those use cases being defined by the judges and magistrates, and then them going to the people who are in technology to ask them the questions of how can we be able to make our processes more efficient using the technology that we already have. And with that, now we're able to look at all those different options and of course select what is the best option that is available for us to be able to adopt. Now, going back to the first question about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence actually exists to make work very, very, very efficient, and that is a matter of fact. Just like the last speaker, the last person who asked the question said, you can be able to have a summary of a very, very long judgment, but you cannot be able to replace yourself with that AI tool, because at the end of the day, you have to verify whether the way the AI has summarized your judgment or whatever documents you are working with is actually factual or not, before you finally issue what your judgment is. So yes, AI can make us very efficient, but AI, of course, will come with issues that need to be addressed. It's an opportunity. And in technology, we normally say as much as technology gives us opportunities, it also comes with risks that have to be addressed. Then the issue of digital IDs, they become very critical, and digital IDs are now going to be adopted for everybody who's attending the court sessions. For instance, when you're doing a virtual court session, the main people that you want to be able to digitally identify is probably the complainant or the respondent, and maybe the legal representation. But everybody else who's attending, just like you have in a physical court session, you do not need to identify everybody else. But in a virtual system, you need to be able to identify whether the witness who is actually attending virtually is the person that they claim to be. Because if they don't, and then somebody is able to come up with a complaint later, the whole process is going to be compromised. Then AI algorithms. Artificial intelligence is built on algorithms. Artificial intelligence is like advanced analytics. So those algorithms are normally made or programmed by human beings, and that is why I mentioned about artificial AI bias. So there are safeguards that have been put in place, what we call the rails, that are going to be able to be guiding how artificial intelligence is actually utilized. And for every sector or every industry that is going to be adopting artificial intelligence, you have to make sure that you have put in place appropriate safeguards to make sure that the AI that you adopt is going to be safe. Of course, all technology comes with risks, and that's why she mentioned the issue of hackers. We have to put in place security measures. We have to put in place business continuity so that those systems are actually available when they need to be available. And then the issue of cyberbullying. Of course, as I mentioned, one of the issues that will normally come that can be addressed with the Cybercrime Act is cyberbullying. But then we must be able to balance between what we can call cyberbullying and maybe freedom of expression and how that aligns with technology. Then somebody asked about whether AI can be able to help us to reduce case backlogs by over 70%, and my answer is a big yes. With artificial intelligence, we can be able to help to reduce the case backlog, because one of the things that AI specifically does is to make you more efficient. It makes you do much more in less time. So if this is adopted across the entire judiciary, then it can contribute in a very big way, among other technologies and other processes, to the reduction of the amount of time that you take in dealing with cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ivans. This marks the end of our session, where we can all agree that digital technology plays a crucial role in unlocking model pathways for people-centered justice in East Africa. And so we all have to embrace it positively, of course, without forgetting the ethical obligations we have as judicial officers. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let's also give a round of applause to the moderator. A very exciting session, an issue that we are confronting on a daily basis. Please, we have the QR code for this session and even the last one. Please give us the feedback. You can also scan on your name tags. It's the same QR code on your name tags for this session. We need to break for tea. I have 10 books here, authored by the same person who is in our midst. Godfrey, where are you? Yes, Godfrey Kaweza has authored several books, and one of them is on automation, justice delivery, and many other themes on the justice sector. The books are being sold. Please pass by the desk out there. And what Godfrey does is that part of the proceeds from the sale of these books go into financing the East African Magistrates and Judges Association. So if you buy the books, you're also supporting this initiative. There are several topics that is looked at, and please pass by the table outside there and make a purchase. A purchase of any of these books is also an investment in the Eamja process. So let's lend support to Godfrey and also to ourselves by buying these publications. Let's break for tea. We come back at, sorry, I'm trying to find, we give ourselves 20 minutes, right? So let's be back at 11:40. The president says 11:40. So let's be back at 11:40 so that we can continue with the rest of the session and catch up on lost time. Thank you.
Issues Network. I'm also a human rights lawyer, and I'll be the Director of Programs for Session 4 and 5. Commissioner Duncan Okello is also opening doorways. So we are co-sharing this role for today, and I'll be taking us through Session 4 and Session 5. I'd like to bring the moderators and the presenters as well as discussants for this session to the front because of time, so that we keep to time. Allow me to welcome Honorable Justice Kathurima, the Judge of the Court of Appeal in Kenya, and the ESCJ, the Appellate Division. Applause for Judge. The presenter for this session will be Honorable Mr. Justice George Vincent Odunga. Judge, are you here? Thank you. Karibu. Justice Vincent is the Judge of the Court of Appeal, Kenya, and also the Chairman of the Mediation Accreditation Committee. Karibu sana. We also have some discussants. His Worship Meshach Rurangwa, Magistrate Rwanda. Please join us. Applause for His Worship. Thank you. Her Worship Ayabare Dafin, Chief Magistrate Uganda. Please let's welcome them with a warm hand. We've just taken tea, so our energy should be up. Her Worship Ayabare, are you here? Thank you, thank you. We have Honorable Pamela Mazengo, Deputy Registrar, High Court Tanzania. A hand for Deputy Registrar. Karibu sana. Thank you. And we have Honorable Christine Mtimura Wekesa, the Acting Registrar, ESCJ Rwanda. So I'll open it up to the moderator. We'll be talking about the legal status of AJS, whether it's final or reviewable, whether it's binding or bridging. Karibu-san.
Thank you, Minish. Good morning. Good morning, fellow East Africans. Right, we will take the protocols as read, the way they were recited. We won't have to go through that for the sake of time. Welcome to this session. I think in this session, our focus is the legal status of AJS and mediation outcomes. At the heart of this session is the question whether those outcomes are final and binding or final and reviewable, binding or bridging. I think by way of preference, we need to remind ourselves that the enduring appeal success of arbitration lies in the fact that its outcomes are binding, and it is very, very, very rare that they ever come back to the court. The level of intervention by the courts is very specific and very limited. And therefore, the question we're asking ourselves, given the advantages that we saw yesterday about AJS, do we risk eroding those advantages by opening up all the decisions that have been made by this system back into the court? Is it likely? Do we risk having a game of mirrors where matters go to AJS, they take their time there, and all of them end up back in court? I think to unpack these issues for us, we have our panelists who have been introduced by the director of this program. So I will call upon our presenter, the Honorable Mr. Justice George Vincent Odunga, to read in the presentation, and thereafter we'll call the moderators to give us the perspectives from the partner states of the East African community. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, Justice Odunga, sorry, I'll have to give you 10 minutes, and each of the presenters will have about 5 minutes each. We have to catch on lost time. Thank you very much. Join me in welcoming Justice Odunga.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, my Lord, the Chief Justices, my Lady Chief Justices present, my brother judges, honorable magistrates, brothers and sisters, good morning. You know, when you respond like that, it reminds me of an advert sometimes back where somebody was greeting another one, good morning, and that other one responded, what is good about the morning? I'll try to just summarize what I have. You'll get the presentation and then you'll go through it. What we need to deal with is mediation, the outcome from mediation. Is it a final destination or merely a provisional stop? Is it a binding contract or a bridge to further litigation? The answer can either be yes, no, or yes and no. The only species of human beings who will tell you yes and no are lawyers. The common people will just say either yes or no. Lawyers are the only people who are allowed to have 10 lawyers in a courtroom, and they tell, all of them tell you, the law is very clear. But they can't agree on the law. So that's why sometimes you find an answer of yes or no. So what kind of system do we have? The kind of system that we have, yes, in a hybrid system. In our system, this hybrid system is to be found in the Civil Procedure Court Annex Mediation Rules 2022. Those rules are guided by Section 59B of the Civil Procedure Act. And mediations are to be conducted in accordance with those rules. When we were working on these rules, one of the most difficult rules that we had to deal with was Rule 39. We had two schools of thought. The first school of thought was took the view that settlement agreements, once adopted, are final and should never be opened under whatever circumstance. The other group say that we should open it where it's clear that injustice is likely to be done if those settlements are not opened. Now, Article 159(2)(d) of our Constitution provides for justice being done without undue regard to procedural technicalities. So the emphasis there is justice being done. However, if you look at 159(2)(c) of our Constitution, which provides that judicial authority is guided by the principle that ADR, that is reconciliation, mediation, arbitration, traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, shall be promoted. So you have to balance between justice and promotion of ADR. If you make it so easy for parties to come to court and apply for setting aside of settlement agreements, you are not promoting ADR. So you are acting contrary to that article of the Constitution. And therefore, there's a need to have a balance between ensuring that justice is done and that, ADR is also promoted. Rule 34 of our rules provides that within 10 days after settlement agreement is filed, the agreement is then placed before the trial court for adoption. Is placed before the trial court for adoption, not for hearing. So the rules provide that once that particular agreement is placed before the court adopts the agreement. Of course, there's a discretion where, for example, the agreement is not clear. The court may call parties for clarity so that you don't record something that is clearly ambiguous. But the general rule is that you don't call parties to appear before you for adoption, because what happens usually is that after the agreement, parties go and consult. They consult their uncles, they consult their aunties, who tell them that this agreement is bad. And by the time they come before you, they say that we have changed my mind. So you don't want that kind of a situation to occur. The same thing applies to partial agreements, whether it's final or partial. The court adopts the same system. Although in a partial settlement agreement is different, because after adopting the partial agreement, you then now give directions as regards the other pending issues. And once adopted, it becomes a decree or order of the court. Now, the rules provide that no appeal lies against a decree or order of the court arising from settlement agreement. That's the default position. There's no appeal. Now, there's a difference between appeal and, of course, setting aside. So this particular sub-rule is what brings out the binding nature of settlement agreement, that you do not appeal against those particular agreements. But Rule 39 opens up a window for review. And I'll say this is where the problem that we had, and we eventually agreed that we'll open a small window where you can maybe be able to set aside agreements which are clearly, some of them are illegal, some of them are impossible to be executed. So there's a small window that we provided, but we made it a little bit difficult for the court to exercise this discretion. Before that you make that application for setting aside, you must apply for leave. So you apply for leave, set the grounds for setting aside. The court looks at your grounds and see whether they fall under the grounds provided for, under the rules, which I'm going to come to just right now. And if the court is satisfied that you have those grounds, then you are given leave. Now, when you are given leave, you then now apply for setting aside. At the point of setting aside, that the court will determine whether you have met the conditions under 39. And under 39, these are the grounds for setting aside: misconduct, fraud, or fundamental mistake by a mediator relating to the proceedings that go to the core of the mediation. And where this is the ground for setting aside, the court must be satisfied that the misconduct or complained of was not known to the person applying, that's the applicant, at the time of the execution of the settlement agreement. So if the applicant was aware and did not say anything, the applicant is not be allowed to come to court to seek the setting aside. The second ground is, again, fraud, collusion, or misrepresentation, but this one is now by a party to the mediation, any witness, or any person who took part in those proceedings. And whose participation materially affected the outcome. Sometimes people appear before the mediation who are not supposed to have appeared, but if that appearance does not affect the outcome of the mediation, that's not a ground for setting aside. The other ground is, of course, fundamental mistake by any or all the parties to the mediation on the existence of subject matter, person or thing. And this happens sometimes in land matters, particularly if the parties before the mediator are people in the village. The number of the title that they may be having may not be the correct title, may have been subdivided and therefore the titles change. But eventually you find that the settlement agreement refers to the old title. Now that kind of agreement is capable of being executed, and therefore that will be a ground for setting aside and maybe giving appropriate directions as regards the mode of execution. The other ground is where one of the parties is under legal incapacity at the time that the proceedings were taking place. Sometimes somebody may not have been able to understand the proceedings. An example is where you are dealing with a minor and somebody who is an adult. A minor may need actually counseling before can understand the proceedings. If it is established that that was the position, then the court has the power to set aside that agreement. Of course, the last one is where the agreement is invalid under the law. An invalid agreement you have to set aside. I had a situation where parties agreed. A filed a case against B, and then they filed a consent. The consent had nothing completely to do with the subject matter. The consent was to the effect that a legal notice be nullified. And it was recorded. And you can see now what that kind of an agreement causes when you nullify a legal instrument in a dispute between two parties. You can't allow that kind of agreement to stand. You have to set it aside. But at the end of the day, we must ensure that whatever we do, we promote the agreements which are negotiated by the parties. We should not unduly interfere with those agreements. In our jurisdiction, we have had a case where the High Court set aside an agreement on the ground that it has not been signed, and therefore there was no consensus. But the Court of Appeal said no, the mere fact that the agreement is not signed, it does not necessarily mean that there was no consensus. So there are several ways in which you can actually intimate consensus in a mediation, not necessarily by signing. For example, when your mediation is virtual, or you are doing some conference and another person is on a different region, you may agree on a way in which you are going to execute that agreement, other than by way of appending signature to it. So basically, I think these are the principles that we have as regards the binding nature of a settlement agreement, as opposed to a bridge, being a bridge to litigation. A settlement agreement arising from mediation is not a bridge to litigation, so that parties just pass through it on their way to litigation. It is an end in itself. If it's to be a bridge, it must be a bridge to justice beyond brick and mortar. That's the way it should be. So I have my paper. It will be passed around. You'll go through it. And at this point, I want to leave it where I've stopped. Thank you very much.
Please let's appreciate Justice Ondunga again. He has done very, very well in terms of time. And I think he has answered our question. Yeah? The short answer is that there is a very deliberate, at least in Kenya, attempt to shield outcomes of mediation from interference by the courts. The general rule is that they cannot be challenged in court by appeal, but there are specific grounds that you can use to set aside a mediation agreement to avoid egregious injustices. Let's see now from the perspective from the Republic of Rwanda, His Worship Meshach Rurangwa. who is a magistrate. 5 minutes, Meshach.
Thank you, my Lord, Chief Justices, and all protocol observed. Kindly allow me to proceed in initiative of AGS and the community justice in the Rwanda context. So we are focusing on Rwanda context. A brief in Rwanda initiative in alternative justice system with the diverse ADR ecosystem composing both state and national, state and non-state actors. The state institutions include Abunzi Committee, National Public Prosecutions, and the Rwanda Investigation Bureau through pre-bargaining, as well as the Officer of Ombudsman. Non-state actors include NGOs, community-based organizations, legal clinics, faith organizations, private mediators, and representatives from religious denominations. According to the research conducted in this year, 2025, mediation is most commonly used ADR mechanism in Rwanda, counting 39.4%, and case followed by conciliation, 30.5% negotiation, 26% and arbitration, and the majority of disputes handled through ADR are civil in nature, 70%. With the family-related conflict representing 92.9% of these cases. These findings highlighted ADR critical in fostering community harmony and preventing escalation of the conflict. For the sake of saving our time, allow me to pick up some example the community justice in Rwanda which can be shared. There is a friend of family which we call Shuti Zumuryango. This friend of family is based in the village. How are they operate? It's a group composed one man and a woman elected or selected from the families where they are in charge of child protection. Of course, they are volunteers who are selected in each village to support families and vulnerable children. This pair of volunteers, one man and one woman, conduct house visits and raise awareness of the right and parenting skills and help connect family with the social services and professional support when it is needed. And also, this friend of family also help member of the family to solve dispute raised within the family and make sure family are living in harmony and peace. Another one is the umugoroba w'ababyeyi. Umugoroba w'ababyeyi in there is a team of parents around like 10 houses. So they used to sit together twice per week and see where maybe the issues, disputes within that 10 houses, and sit together and see how they can solve it amicably. And also, there is a religious or faith-based mediation. These are church domination, where the church leaders, they work together with the local government and find the local support for peace and initiative and ensure that peace efforts are appropriate. And of course, they used to provide some like food, maybe if one family is broke or have a poverty, where the children are not able going to school, get school fees. So they provide school fees for students, because in a tradition, in Rwandan tradition, they are assuming that the children is not for one family, it's for all entire family and all Rwandans. So they provide all staff's needs for school. And religious also played the big role, where they teach or they make trainings for the genocide perpetrators of the perpetrators of genocide and genocide survivors members' family. So they used to sit together. They teach you the forgiveness. This is a big law, you know, what happened in Rwanda in 1994 for genocide of Tutsi. So the group of Rwandans, where they are killed and the other kill each other. So the churches make people together, and now, as of now, people are living together in harmony and peace. This is the big law the church have prayed. Of course, it's a journey, because they used to visit the prisoners who are already who are still having a resistance. So they used to teach them in helping help them at least to understand what forgiveness is. It also helps the committee or community healing from trauma on both sides. On both sides. So religious also really played a big role to mediate group of Rwandans. As of now, I can testify that people are living together. They are living together in harmony and peace. In my conclusion, as the presenter says that mediation is a final. I conclude by saying that mediation is a final. Because when mediation is settled, the case closed definitively. There is no appeal, and the people are hoping, we are hoping that people are staying together and peace, harmony. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Meshach. In addition to answering our question that there is finality in mediation agreements, you've also done very well in terms of exposing us to the forms and practices of AJS in Rwanda. In fact, if we link Meshach's presentation today with what we heard yesterday from Rwanda, I think the reason why the Gacaca courts were able to process over 2 million cases within a relatively short time was because of their finality. Thank you so much, Meshach, again. Yeah, let's appreciate him. Now we'll move to worship Ayebere Ndafin, Chief Magistrate, to give us the perspective of the Republic of Uganda. Again, 5 minutes, Ndafin.
Thank you very much, Moderator, the Honorable, the Chief Justices, the Honorable Judges, Magistrates. Good morning. It's afternoon. Good afternoon. I'll add my voice. I start by saying that I add my voice to what the Honorable Justice has presented, but also more or less the Rwanda's perspective. So in giving the Ugandan perspective, I want to start by mentioning that the quest for a people-centered justice system has led East African judiciaries to embrace the tools that our communities always possessed, that is restorative, participatory, and consensus-based dispute resolution. Now, across Uganda, long before the arrival, and this has been the discussion throughout this conference, long before the arrival of formal courts, Ugandan communities had sophisticated systems of justice that were working and are still working. Now, Uganda has a diverse cultural setup with very many different tribes, over 50 of them. But in each one of them, there is a system that is working. These systems form the bedrock of what we now call alternative justice systems that have been practiced for centuries. The same are embedded in the Constitution of Uganda, as earlier discussed by the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, under the principles of reconciliation, compensation, and participation, with emphasis on delivery of substantive justice over emphasis on technicalities. Now, to answer the question that is before us, the mediation outcomes, are they binding? Are they bridging? Are they reviewable? I wish to start by noting that earlier on, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda noted that only 10% seek justice in the Ugandan formal court setup. That means the 90% is actually applying AGS for dispute resolution. And that is a huge percentage. How is this being done? direct negotiations, family and clan structures, elders' councils, local council courts, and religious dispute resolutions. So before I answer the question, I wish to take us a little bit across Uganda on how disputes are being resolved. We have the Acholi in northern Uganda, who have a practice known as the matopot, which literally means drinking the bitter root. And it symbolizes the washing away of bitterness. So when we have talked, we have reconciled, and we have drunk the bitter root, that means there is nothing that is holding us back. There is no bitterness. We have seen this applied in cases that are before court. One to mention is the case of Uganda versus Matthew Kanyamunyu and another. In that case, the accused person was charged with murder for shooting a child activist, one Kenneth Akena. And he sought mediation under the matopot and engaged the elders and the family and the church. And negotiations took place and compensation was done. And there are pictures that I had prepared showing him kneeling before the elders and the family and saying, I apologize for what I did. I took a life of your loved one. Please forgive me. The end result is that they reconciled. Now, this matter is before court. Does that mean that because they have reconciled, what happens to the criminal aspect of the case that he has committed? He went on to plead guilty for a lesser offense, manslaughter, and the trial judge considered the resolution in mitigation as a sign of remorsefulness and went ahead to sentence him to 5 years for manslaughter. And I think he has since been released upon completion of sentence. So this is the embodiment of our practices into the system, because if they are enforced within our court systems, they become binding onto the parties. We have I'll quickly go through to the Lango sub-region. They have the Kayuchuk, and this basically means rebuilding broken relationships. And one of the elders noted that when resolving a land dispute, that land does not move, people move, and must meet in the middle. And these principles have been applied across Lango. We have the Baganda, who have a Chika, is it clan, and they have clan heads, and they go and meet before the clan heads and resolve their disputes. We have Sengas, who are very critical and key and pertinent in resolution of family disputes, especially marriage. In the Banyankwere, we have what we call Okurijisa. This is more or less compensation. Okuriha, to directly translate, it means to compensate for what you have done wrong. And this involves families reconciling and coming together. I come from the southwestern part where we are the Bachiga, and the Bachiga, we are not different from most of the practices from the West. And we also have family engagements and ties that help us resolve disputes. We have the Basoga in eastern Uganda. They also emphasize on the role of clan heads in this resolution of succession disputes. The Aru have what we call the Wangtik, which means restoring communal work and productivity. Most of the fishing disputes are resolved in that way. The Karamajong have elders' councils that mainly emphasize compensation and cattle restitution, especially since it is a cattle corridor. With those brief, I want to go now to earlier presentation focus. I have to, okay. I will quickly peep into the Ugandan AGA strategy, which emphasizes the use of autonomous institutions, third-party institution, and court-annexed mediation. Now, in summary, as I quickly wind up, traditional and customary-based AGAs is socially binding upon the parties that participate in it. It can be set aside for those exceptions that have been well elaborated by the Honorable Justice, especially violation of human rights, unfairness, and maybe undue duress. Community mediation is also binding, but all these need to be reduced into writing to formalize them so that they can easily be applied in the formal setup. The court annexed mediation, when parties are before court and they go for mediation, and then they agree on position, it is reduced down in a consent judgment, and the same is adopted by court, and it becomes the final decision of court, and we endorse it as a court, as a consent judgment, making it final and binding upon the parties. We have appellant mediation being practiced mainly in the Court of Appeal, and still the parties mediate, and that becomes the position of the Court of Appeal. It is final and it is binding upon the parties. We go to I wish to mention a bit about small claims, which is also a strategy that Uganda has adopted. And decisions in small claims are binding upon the parties. And there is a small window, like it has been presented earlier, to allow appeal mainly for illegality. If you need to have it reviewed, you have to go back before the trial magistrate to have whatever, maybe for new evidence or for things that were not considered. But it is in its nature final and it is binding upon the parties. Now to conclude, most of the outcomes of mediation are binding upon the parties and rarely appealable. However, there is need to formalize the same by reducing them into writing, because many a times when people are mediating, they are reconciling, the courts are not there. So it becomes very difficult to enforce what you don't have in writing. So we encourage that the parties reduce whatever they have written down into writing, and then the same can be binding upon them. The role of the church, the role of the traditional leaders and the clans is to bridge the gap between the formal setup and the need for justice of the people of Uganda. So they act and play a pertinent role as a bridging factor for the justice in Uganda. And lastly, I would recommend that we note that Uganda is strongly working towards AGS and ensuring that whatever the outcomes of AGS and mediation in particular are not frustrated by making them unenforceable. So we have to ensure that we make it easy for them to be enforceable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daphne. We appreciate the perspective from Uganda. Let's appreciate her again, please. Yeah, given us what the DCJ of Uganda told us yesterday, the big uptick of AJS in Uganda, 90% of disputes. I imagine the reason why there is such big uptick is because of certainty and finality. And I think to answer directly our question, the position is from Uganda is that the outcomes are binding, except in those exceptional instances where you would say there is palpable injustice. Then now let's go to the United Republic of Tanzania. Pamela Masengo, Deputy Registrar, High Court. Please come and give us your perspective. Again, try 5 minutes if possible, please.
My Lord Justices, Your Worships, good afternoon all. Bwana Premidi, habari ya mchana. Thank you. Tanyana standing before you, sharing the Tanzania perspective as far as the legal status, AGS outcomes, and mediation are concerned, while focusing on initiatives in AGS and community justice initiatives. The starting point or introductory part, the root of AGS is to be found in the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania. This encourages amicable settlement of disputes. As far as it is concerned, AGS was introduced in our civil justice system in 1994. We have several types of AGS applicable in Tanzania. We have negotiation, conciliation, arbitration, as well as a common mediation. As it was well articulated yesterday, we have a court-annexed mediation. And I should not go further in detail discussing what court-annexed mediation is, because it was well covered in the previous discussion. Apart from that, parties are also allowed to settle their disputes out of court anytime before judgment is pronounced. Apart from AGS, or what the mediation, negotiation, arbitration, and court-annexed mediation, we have these ombudsmen, and they also serve as channel through which individuals can raise their grievances without immediately resorting to court. They can issue awards, recommendation, and they can mediate parties. We have, for instance, TIO. This is the Insurance Ombudsman. This uses both mediation, reconciliation, and arbitration to resolve issues related to insurance. We have TOST. This is Tax Ombudsman. This is handling complaints about administration or procedural misconduct by the Tanzania Revenue Authority. They use mediation as well as reconciliation, but the outcome of their decision is only recommendation, which is, as we will see later, not binding on parties. We have SHRAG, to mention a few. This is the Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance. This deals with human rights protection. They can mediate parties and issue recommendation. And as we will see later, the recommendation are not binding on parties. So when it comes to outcomes, in case of successful mediation court annexed, there is settlement agreement which is registered, signed by the parties as well as the mediator. This one is binding on the parties and it is final. There is also settlement out of court, as I said earlier, that parties, in case mediation fails, but during trial, parties at any time before judgment is pronounced can settle the matter out of court. Once they settle, they will file deed of settlement, which need to be registered and is adopted as good as a judgment and decree of the court. This one is final, binding, and it can be executed as good as a decree of the court. We have also plea bargaining in criminal cases, and once it is finalized, we get the plea bargaining agreement signed by both parties, and this one is binding on parties, and it can be executed in court of law. Now, back to the question, whether these are final or reviewable. As I've said, the plea bargain, I've said already, is final and binding. There's also private mediators. These are recognized in our civil justice system. However, for the settlement to be recognized and accord force of law, parties have to institute a case and register the agreement to accord force of law, and this one will be final and binding on the parties and can be executed. On part of the arbitral award under the Arbitration Act, they are binding on parties and enforceable once filed in court. We have these community justice initiatives. These are available at local level, aimed at making justice more accessible, responsive, and relevant to ordinary people. These are bridging. They just bridge the gap in access to justice. For instance, we have community-based paralegals, legal aid providers. They offer information and legal advice to the community. We have local community structures like village leaders, informal mediators. They also play a role in resolving disputes, and there are also some other legal clinics. They bring services close to the people, especially in indigenous areas. These they just bridge the access to justice gap, and their recommendation, opinion, whatever, are not binding on parties. For instance, we have the Mama Samia Legal Aid Clinic, we have the Legal and Human Rights Center, we have Tanzania Network of Legal Aid Providers, TANLAP. They help in bridging access to justice, speed, culture, their cultural relevance and social harmony, no formalities, and they relieve stress on formal justice system. The challenges we have, when parties are represented, lawyers are more reluctant to resort to AGS, limited public awareness on the system, AGS system, insufficient number of skilled mediators. On the way forward, we keep on raising a public awareness campaign and sensitization AGS, encourage parties to resort to alternative dispute resolution. We keep on building capacities of mediators, like recently we had a train on magistrate on mediation skills and so forth. Thank you for listening. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado por me escutar. Alessandro.
Thank you very much, Pamela. We've heard the perspective of URT, constitutionally underpinned AJS mechanisms. We've considered the various forms, and again, our question is binding, right? I mean, except in those rare circumstances. Last but not least, we've learned a lot from the partner states. We have an opportunity now to hear about the East African Court of Justice. The experience from that court about ADR mechanisms. The treaty expressly does provide, I think in Article 32, for alternative dispute resolution. To give us that perspective is the acting registrar of the court, Christine Muchimura Wekesa. Christine, this is not favorism. We'll give you about 7-10 minutes because you've known about the East African community, the East African Court of Justice. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, your worships, and it's an honor to be able to present the EACJ perspective. And I want to thank our moderator, because I was just going to mention that in the spirit of fairness, we should be allowed extra time to talk more about the East African Court of Justice. And I hope the organizers in the future will also include us in giving, while you're considering national perspectives on different areas, please always think about the East African Court of Justice. Thank you. So the primary objective of the East African community is regional integration, and the East African Court of Justice serves as the judicial arm of the community, clothed with the powers to determine and resolve any disputes that arise. So as the principal body, judicial body of the East African community, our court has the primary role of ensuring the adherence to law in the interpretation and application of and compliance with the treaty through litigation, arbitration, and mediation. Now, in responding to or in addressing our session's theme, I'm going to approach this by answering a number of questions within the time that has been granted. The first is, what are the alternative justice systems at the EACJ? What has the court done to enhance court-annexed mediation? What is the legal status of mediation outcomes? How are mediation outcomes enforced? And finally, can the East African Court of Justice review decisions in alternative justice systems from the partner states? So while the court's core function is adjudication through formal court proceedings, like many modern international courts, our court recognizes the value of amicable dispute resolution. So while the term alternative justice systems is more common in the national context, as has been discussed by various speakers yesterday and today, At the East African Court of Justice, this is primarily operationalized through the court-annexed mediation system. The ESCJ's mediation process is not explicitly detailed in the EAC Treaty itself, but the legal foundation is found in our Rules of Procedure of 2019, particularly in Rules 63 and 64. Our rules encourage the use of mediation to facilitate the amicable settlement of disputes, aiming to save time, reduce costs, and preserve relationships between partner states, institutions, as well as private parties. So the first point of call for a court when seized with a matter and before it can actually proceed with the hearing of the matter is to invite parties during the scheduling conferences to consider court-annexed mediation. So mediation at the ESCJ is voluntary, and if all parties agree, the proceedings are suspended, and a judge who presides over the scheduling conference shall conduct the mediation. So the ESCJ in 2021 concluded its first court-annexed mediation, which primarily aimed at addressing environmental concerns and seeking remedies for affected communities in the unity state of the Republic of South Sudan. This concerned oil spillage. So as the ESCJ harnesses the use of court-annexed mediation, we also face a number of challenges. And this could be attributed to the lack of willingness by partner states to settle disputes through court-annexed mediation. And this could be for various reasons, which may include the following. Number one, the fact that disputes concerning partner states often have significant political ramifications, making states wary of entering into mediation that could be perceived as admitting fault or weaknesses. Secondly, we have also found that lawyers in the region are unfamiliar with the ESCJ mediation process, its benefits, and how it operates within the context of the ESCJ, leading to hesitation. I'm going to have an opportunity to talk about what our court has done to actually enhance court-annexed mediation. But before that, I would like to talk about the legal status of mediation outcomes at the ESCJ. So the legal status of an agreement that has been reached through the ESCJ court-annexed mediation is robust and has a very clear path of enforceability. So if the mediation is successful, the parties formalize the agreement in writing, and this written settlement or agreement is then presented to the court. So crucially, the court, upon being satisfied that the judgment is lawful, will record it as a consent judgment. So once recorded by the court, the settlement agreement ceases to be a private contract and now takes the full legal force of a judgment of the East African Court of Justice. And this to us is the most important aspect of its legal status. So because the mediated settlement becomes a court judgment, its enforcement is governed by the East African Community Treaty. So the consent judgment is final and binding on the parties involved, and just like a judgment reached after a full trial. As such, there is no possibility for review or setting aside, as we have seen in the case of the Republic of Kenya. Article 44 of the EAC Treaty mandates partner states to take all necessary measures to implement the decisions of the court. So this means that national authorities are treaty-bound to recognize and enforce the terms of the settlement within their domestic legal systems. And the treaty also goes further to lay out the consequences of partner states not being able to uphold their obligations under the treaty. And I will not get into the details of that. So our court retains jurisdiction to supervise the implementation of the consent judgment and to ensure its compliance. Now, looking at what our court has done to enhance court-annexed mediation, we have initiated training programs and workshops for judges, for staff, and stakeholders to improve their understanding and skills related to mediation. This includes training of judges on effective negotiation and dispute resolution and techniques. We have also undertaken awareness campaigns, and these mainly aim at promoting the benefits of mediation among litigants and legal practitioners in the region, highlighting mediation as a faster and more cost-effective alternative to traditional litigation. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the challenges that we continue to face is the lack of awareness that our court actually does provide court-annexed mediation. And these awareness campaigns are aimed at just being able to have litigants who come to our court understand that they could also use that route to settle their matters. The court has also collaborated with various stakeholders, including legal institutions and civil society organizations, to promote mediation and integrate it into broader legal framework of the East African community. And that is why, if you follow news on the East African Court of Justice, you'll have read about our recently concluded MOU with Pepperdine University in the United States, who are working with us not only to train our judges, but also to see how we can improve our laws and regulations in respect to mediation and arbitration. In addition to that, we have also partnered with the East African Law Society to develop guides and manuals to simplify the court's procedures. And this Advocates Practice Manual helps practitioners and litigants navigate our court's operations, demystifying the process and encouraging its use. So we also appreciate that partnering with the East African Law Society, who are the body in the region that basically collaborates with the respective bar associations with the partner states. Most recently, the East African Court of Justice and the East African Law Society inaugurated the East African Court of Justice Bar Bench Forum, whose principal aim is to enhance dialogue and collaboration between judges and legal practitioners. So this forum, most importantly, provides a platform for dialogue on various issues, such as improving judicial processes, such as court-annexed mediation. And as a regional court, we also understand that we cannot work alone to enhance our functions. We also need to rope in our different stakeholders, including the law societies from the region, to improve our judicial processes. Finally, can the East African Court of Justice review decisions in alternative justice systems in the partner states? Our court primarily focuses on interpreting and applying the law enacted by the East African community and its partner states. So our jurisdiction generally covers disputes related to the interpretation of the treaty, as I mentioned earlier, as well as the laws enacted by the community and disputes between partner states. So regarding alternative justice systems in partner states, our court's ability to review decisions can be complex, as AJS operates under the local customary or traditional laws and may not always fall within the EACJ's jurisdiction, which typically pertains to matters of regional law. However, if disputes arise that involve a violation of the treaty for the establishment of the East African community, for example, human rights or other legal principles recognized by the EAC treaty, the EACJ may have a basis to review decisions related to AGS if these decisions have implications for rights protected under our regional statutes. So my understanding of this is similar to what was stated yesterday by the Honorable Justice Mulwa, and that is we must ensure that rights through all doors are upheld, since justice in itself is a public good. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Christine, for the East Africa Court of Justice perspective. Friends, I think let's appreciate Christine again. Hearing the partner states of the East African community that are represented here and the East Africa Court of Justice, I think we can simply say that all of them, there is a measure of consistent certainty about the outcomes of AJS, and that these outcomes are final. Interference is the exception rather than the rule. My temporary boss, Daphne, Mishi tells me we can take only 3 questions, so we'll open the floor for those questions. Anyone, please mention your name and then put your question as sharply as possible. Yes, my brother, let's start with you.
Thank you, Judge Gadurima. I've come across something. I don't know where it came from, but just allow me to read it. Judges and judicial officers throughout East Africa have found themselves with a lot of work and backlogs right, left, and center. This has made them go back to the drawing board and craft a scheme to overcome this nightmare. They have therefore come with a solution. They have decided to persuade litigants who come before them to go for AJS, yet the same parties had tried the same before coming to court. Please discuss.
Who do you want to discuss? It can't be me. Our panelists, who are you? Who do you want to respond to that? Okay, Justice Ondunga. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Second question. Yes, please mention your name and then the person you would like to respond to your question.
Thank you, my lord. I wanted to share a small experience as a magistrate.
Your name, please?
Sarah Tsime, Judiciary Uganda. As a magistrate and a registrar, when they say apply substantive justice without being too technical, there is an experience where parties file their agreement, but maybe they have forgotten to put that part for the magistrate to sign. And you find that a judicial officer at the level of a magistrate says, you have not provided for this space for me to sign. And remember, the parties can easily change their mind. And you find that that loss of time, 1 day, 2 days, when they come back, maybe their position has already changed. So what am I trying to say? Judicial officers should be as flexible as possible, not to frustrate a mediation just because that space for signing has not been provided for. Someone can still sign, put a date, and where it was dated, even when that provision was not necessarily there. Then second, as a registrar of the High Court, we have had incidences where agreements have been reached and parties have brought them, and maybe by mistake or ignorance, the registrar has signed, not the judge. So when it comes to execution, remember we have to have a decree or an order. So now you extract. It was signed by the registrar, and yet the case was for a judge. Now this matter coming up for final determination before who? Before a registrar. So you find that it is unenforceable. So we have to be very careful and very diligent in our work, that when those agreements are brought before us as registrars, we have to quickly present them before the judge. Even if the judge is not there, who is handling, we can look for the next available judge. We reallocate that flexibility in supporting mediation in our courts of justice. That is my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a presentation, it's not a question. Thank you very much. Justice Kerry.
Thank you. My question is brief, is to the East African Court. Just a clarification, did I hear correctly that the mediator is a judge of the court? And did I also hear that the decision goes for adoption before a judge? why can't the judge, who is the mediator, affirm the decision in that case? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Those are 3 questions. Let's get responses. Justice Ondunga.
Thank you very much for the discuss. When a matter comes to court and is being referred to mediation, the mere fact that the parties had attempted to settle that matter out of court does not stop the matter from being referred to mediation. I've had occasion in court where the parties tell me that, don't send us back there, we are from there. And when I ask them, you are from where? They tell me that, we attempted to have this matter resolved by our uncle. So I tell them that, your uncle is the cause of the problem. There's no way you are going to get a resolution before your uncle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to refer you to somebody who is accredited by the court, who will actually guide you, somebody who is not in your family, somebody who is totally impartial, who is going to assist you to arrive at a solution. And do you agree? And in almost all cases, they agree. So really, it depends on how you talk to the parties. If you want to refer them back to the uncle, they won't go. But if you explain to them that you are referring them to somebody who is accredited by the court, and the matter is not going anywhere, the matter is still within the court, then they have no problem at all going for mediation, because you don't know what happened during the first attempt at resolution. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Ondunga. Christine?
Thank you very much. As I did mention in my presentation, maybe it wasn't clear, the judge who actually presides over the scheduling conference is going to take on the role of a mediator in the court at next mediation, and will be charged with the whole process to the very end until the parties reach a settlement. Thank you.
Okay, let's see whether any of our colleagues has anything. Final word? URT? Anything? You don't have to say anything if you're okay. Okay. Uganda? Anything? Wrap up? Again, don't feel obliged to say anything if you. Okay.
I would love to leave us with the words of a chief from Acholi, and maybe to help us mediate further. And I'm getting there, moderator. I'm getting there.
All right. It's me who ambushed you, so I will take the responsibility.
So he poses questions that when we are mediating, I got this from a publication of 2009, and he posed questions to the people that he was talking to, and the questions were I can't get it, but the question was to the effect that, what do we want? Do you want to carry the burden of bitterness in your heart, or do you want to be released of that bitterness? And he also mentioned that all these properties, he was referring to land and cattle and properties, and he said that all these are physical. But what mediation does, what reconciliation does, is that it heals the heart. So I think what I leave with us is that when we are encouraging mediation and practicing mediation and enforcing mediation, we know that we are not only resolving disputes, but we are also healing hearts and we are healing people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Meshach? Yes.
Thank you. May I say that about mediation in Rwanda, outcomes from court annexed mediation, especially formal proceedings, are enforceable and judicial consent judgment under Article 11998 of Civil Procedure Code, once homologated by judge. So the mediation agreement is enforceable and binding. And on top of that, people or the parties are expected to live together in harmony and peace. So mediation is a good process which can be used, which can be commended in this entire family of Eamja. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Meshach. Right, just as we wind up, also I think it will be important to point out that the ESCJ, the treaty specifically provides for arbitration, and I think the court has done about 3 arbitrations involving one partner state and a contractor, involving the East Africa community itself and its contractor, and just recently one involving an institution of the community and its employee. Yesterday, when we were starting, we were sharing experiences about AJS, and let me tell you this, there's a lot of accumulated wisdom in the people who practice AJS, and we had this experience when we did our very first draft of the Small Claims Court. We had an opportunity to visit various communities in Kenya. And among them were the Turkana, around Lake Turkana in Rondo area. And we were invited to observe a session where they were resolving disputes. In retrospect, they used a lot of common sense, but it was initially very amazing. There were 2 men who were fighting over a calf of a camel. I don't know whether they have a specific name, Mtoto Wangamia. And both of them were claiming this calf, saying it was born by my calf. And the proceedings, the calf was there, the proceedings were adjourned for 30 minutes, and they were told to go and bring the mothers, the calves. So the camels were brought. One was held there, the other one the other side, another Msee was here holding the calf. He released the calf. This calf went directly to its mother. Completely, and everybody was convinced. The calf refused to leave that mother. This guy had stolen the calf. So you could see it was like Solomonic wisdom, but it's born over time. I think every mother would know its child, and the child would know the mother. So let's not look down about AJS, those mechanisms. Sometimes they are very, 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 very accurate. If they were to come to court, you would have spent a lot of time looking for camel DNA and that kind of thing. But they were able to solve it very, very easily. Michi, thank you so much. And please, let's appreciate our presenters again.
So we can give the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 clap. Do you know it? You know it? East Africa, do we all know it? So let's start. 5. Thank you so much. What a powerful panel, reminding us of the importance of alternative justice systems. We heard from Kenya, we heard from Rwanda, we heard from Uganda, Tanzania, and the East African Court of Justice. And the key takeaways, the court recognition of alternative justice systems across East Africa, the justice under the trees, right? So even though it's under the trees, even though it's around a fireplace, how it's still binding if the intent of the parties is for it to be binding. But also the caution around if there is an injustice, a possibility for review, but only in exceptional circumstances. A reminder around that there is no one size fits all in alternative justice system. For some people, it would be to take cows. Yeah? For other people, we were told about the bitter roots. For some, it would be an agreement that you sign, you take to court, it's endorsed. For others, it would just be an oral agreement. You greet one another and say, it is well. All in all, it allows us to bridge the justice gap and also does an important thing, aligns culture and the law. Allow us, as Africans, to use our traditional culture not to undermine justice, but to ensure that everyone is able to access justice. And that allows us to get into session 5. I'll ask for your indulgence so that we do session 5 before we go for our lunch break, so that we are in time for our last session. We'll only have one last session for the day. There's a QR code for the feedback for this session. I hope it was put up, but please share your feedback for session 4. For session 5, we are talking about designing for dignity and human rights, the role of alternative justice systems in protecting human rights in East Africa. And here the moderator is Ms. Zipporah Mthama, the Executive Director from Haki Jamii Kenya. Please join us on stage, Zipporah. Applause for Zipporah, please, as she comes up. And Zipporah will be joined by 4 panelists: Honorable Justice Bikatonda John, Judge of the High Court, Rwanda. Are you here? Thank you. An applause for Justice John, please. Her Worship Katushabe Prosi, Registrar High Court of Uganda, please join us. Thank you, thank you. Honorable Lilian Itemba, Judge of the High Court Tanzania, thank you, please join us. No claps for Honorable Lilian Itemba, please. Yes, equality, thank you. And we have Ms. Salima Namsobia, Vice President, Center for Reproductive Rights, Kenya. I'll give it to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Mishi. Distinguished judges, magistrates, colleagues, and partners in justice, good afternoon. As earlier introduced, my name is Zipporah, and I'll be the moderator for this particular session, where we are going to focus on designing for dignity and human rights, the role of alternative justice systems, AJS, in protecting human rights in East Africa. And this conversation is very critical, and it invites us to reflect on a central question: and how do we ensure that justice, whether delivered in courtrooms or in community forum, upholds dignity, fairness, and equality? And we've all seen that in the recent past, multi-door justice has rapidly expanded across the region. And we've seen that AJS has become a very key pathway to delivering disputes, resolving disputes rather, and it calls for all of us to ensure that even as we speak about AGS, there is a heightened responsibility to ensure that human rights, fairness, and equality is at the heart of every process. And before us, we have a distinguished panel drawn from Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. And they are going to share lived experiences and country perspectives as far as AGS is concerned. And as mentioned, our focus is on AGS. How do we ensure that AGS upholds human dignity? So with that, I'm going to invite our first panelist, Honorable John Biakitonda, John from Rwanda, and I'll invite him to share his perspective and the country context in terms of AGS and how it can be designed to ensure that human dignity is upheld. You're most welcome, Honorable Justice.
Chief Justices, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I thank the host and even the citizens of Kenya for receiving us well. I arrived in Kenya, Nairobi, Sunday. So as our culture, if you reach any place, you have to go around to introduce yourself and to know the area. So I found some of the people and asked me why I'm here. I told them. So they were happy with the theme, but asked me, do you think this shall be done? It is good, but do you think all shall rest in papers? The answer I gave them is what I'm going to give you also, is that I based on Rwanda's experience. That Rwanda experience with Gacaca, Abunzi, Committee, Pre-Bargaining, Victim Offender, Mediation, ADR, which shows that even in a context where power or resources would create challenges, justice system can be designed to protect dignity, ensure fairness, and uphold human rights. This is the answer I gave my friend whom I met. So allow me to start by the speech of the President of the Republic of Rwanda, where he said that Rwanda will never die again. This reflects our history. The 1994 genocide against Tutsi, one of the gravest human rights violations in modern times. Never again guides Rwanda justice system, ensuring that dignity, life, and rights are protected at every level, which means that even in AGS and ADR, human rights should be respected even at every cost. So as the participant, yesterday the Rwandan participant said that Gacaca Court show us that AGS can support dignity when community are empowered and involved while being empowered in legal safeguard. So, as you know, Rwanda experienced huge atrocities and a lot of people should have to face justice, but it could not be possible without using the alternative way. So this way of using the alternative way helped to solve the problem, because as it is said, justice delayed, justice denied. So which means that this helped to solve the problem and also helped to settle the matter of human rights. So human rights also should be, in order to respect human rights as the principle of Rwanda, that there is no any act or any system that can be there to violate a human right or to do anything against human dignity. So in all this, to ensure that this is done and is well done, there is a process whereby people who are practicing this alternative justice system are trained, are given training on human rights, in that what they do, they avoid or they do not do acts that avoid human dignity or human rights. Also, there is free access, making justice affordable. Also, there is a chance when you are not happy with what is done within this alternative justice system, like that of Abuzi Committee, you have the chance to appeal as the pathway to primary courts. This demonstrates that community justice can remain culture rooted while fully aligned with human rights principles. Also, how to prevent harmful practices. Across all these systems or mechanisms, Rwanda follows one principle: traditional cannot justify practices that violate dignity or equality, particularly regarding women, youth, or vulnerable groups. To sum up, in short, Rwanda's experience demonstrates that multiple door justice cannot protect dignity, fairness, and human rights, even in a context where corruption or under influence can pose risk. By including all voices, empowering communities, and linking alternative justice with formal system, Rwanda shows that community-based mechanism can transform harmful norms and deliver timely and inclusive justice. This is how Rwanda ensures that never again is not just a promise, but a daily practice in the justice system. I call you this evening after lunch. I also share you with what the people whom I met said about the next presentation, which I will be the discussant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Lordship, for sharing those perspectives. And we can see in the context of Rwanda, AJS is anchored in human rights, dignity, fairness, and equality. And most importantly, it is culturally grounded and people-centered. With that, we now turn to Uganda to hear their perspective on AJS. And I now take this opportunity to invite Her Worship, Gatushabe, I hope I've pronounced it correctly, Prosi, and she's going to share her perspectives being the Registrar of the High Court of Uganda, where she leads all High Court registries. She's going to give us how they have been able to utilize AJS. Welcome, Her Worship Prosi. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, my lords and your worships, ladies and gentlemen. To start with is that my country is always innovating, and of recent, we are doing a lot of innovations to include AJC in our judicial system. But I want to start by saying that as we start doing that, we already have the legal framework that will enable the AJC rock on what would be human rights. And I'll start by saying that we have Article 28 of the 1995 Constitution that talks about a right to a fair hearing, meaning that as we take on AJC, one of the things that to look out for is if there is a right to a fair hearing, as somebody being heard despite that fact. I want to start by a small story. I asked my mother one time, she's been married for over 50 years, and I asked her, so in these 50 years, do you want to mean you've been here all these years? She said, no, I've gone back to my home over 4 or 5 times. And I asked her, so what used to happen when you'd go home? She said, no, they would not ask my opinion. The elders would come, sit, and make a decision, and then they say, now we have decided, go back to your husband. Then I'd ask her, would you have told them what you say? She said, no, my dad would find out a little bit of what used to happen, why have you come back, and then say, you wait for us, we shall let you know. So I joked, I said, I don't think that would have worked in my case because I would want to speak and be heard on why I left my marriage. So she said, that's what used to happen. So they would come back, take her back, come back after 4 times, said, no, I think it's not very important. After all, I'm never heard. She decided to stay. And another thing she told me about was that divorce, said when you divorce or you would separate, in olden days, the husband would pack your bags and take you to your parents and drop you there, and then they would know definitely, since you've come with all your luggage, then the man no longer wants you, unlike the other 4 times when she used to go and come back. And then I asked her, I said, oh, can that now work in this system? She said, no, the young ladies these days go and rent an apartment, so I don't know where the husband would drop you, either at your apartment or somewhere. So that is agency for you, but I think her marriage would not be there if those 4 times she went for separation in court, because the separation would have required the separation agreement, the procedures, the rigorous things that we do, embarrass couples, and go. But because the elders used to conclude by not asking her opinion and by saying going back and her listening, the marriage continued. So that's something to ponder as we go to AJC. What can we make better? Maybe if they had had her, I don't know what she would have said. She's still married up to now. The next thing is that we already have a chapter 4 of human rights that is there, giving constitutional guarantees that we can rely on even as we go to AJC and we try to entrench it in our judiciaries. Procedural fairness makes courts feel humane other than authoritarian. So it's very important as we take on AJC that we look out that there is procedural fairness in those matters. I also want to say that we have a law against torture and prevention of torture and prevention and prohibition of torture that operationalizes our Article 24. We all know that in some cultures, some things that are done in form of punishments can actually end up infringing on human rights. So as we take on the AJC and try to make it part of judicial system and a way of ensuring that disputes, since most of them go to that, it's very important that we do that. I take it that my country is on the right step by having all that emphasizes humane procedures being emphasized. I wouldn't want to emphasize so much. We have a case called Susan Chigula versus the Attorney General, where, in principle, being Africans, the death penalty was appealed. I think the judges were African. And the mandatory death provisions and prolonged confinement was outlawed. And I think the issue of prolonged detention is not African. It's not us, that people are put in confinement. People prefer their matters to be heard and concluded as fast as possible, just like other speakers have been saying. So as a country, we've designed for dignity. We have structured laws, institutions, practices. We have a lot of wealth of experience from the cases to show that we are having a step in the right direction. So how do we ensure that harmful practices are not involved in agency or something like that when we encourage people to be able to go for an alternative? I want to say in our country, we recently been training religious leaders, we've been training traditional leaders to participate in alternative dispute resolution. So as a country, we need to ensure that as we do that and as we move, that we'll protect human rights, but by way of increasing accessibility, providing culturally relevant solutions. I'm sure that the judiciary is the best placed place to give that culturally relevant solutions or guidance to the different people that are giving agency. We ensure active participation because that's what the Africans know. People feel that they've participated in the solution. The community has been consulted. We naturally believe in mending relationships than punishment. But as the DCJ said, the system we received is about punishment. The loser takes it all, other than mending relationships. So that's why arbitration, mediation, etc. is more or less rooted into the African perspective and agency. When we look at our constitution, it states that the state shall promote and preserve those cultural values and practices which enhance dignity and well-being of Ugandans. I would want to say that our courts have concentrated so much on outlawing the harmful practices other than codifying and putting in place the ones that we should be relying on. And I'll give some examples of that. I'll give the example of the case of Mufumi, Uganda Limited versus 12 others. In that case, they outlawed bride price refund as a condition for divorce, but upheld demand and payment for bride price itself, that it was constitutional. So on one hand, one custom that was inhumane was outlawed, and the other custom that was good was kept. Because I don't think bride price refund would be good after 12 children, after 5 children, but I also believe it's very important to pay something when you're going to marry somebody. And the other case is the law of advocacy for women in Uganda versus Attorney General. In that case, there was challenge of the succession law that gave the male heir rights that were not given to the lady. And the judges outlawed that law and said that it favored the male other than the female, and it was not gender sensitive and equality. So my country has done, and so many other cases where harmful practices have been outlawed. That's just an example to show that we are committed in keeping the good cultures, we are committed in doing the good things, and embracing the African justice system within the formal system. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Her Worship, and for laying emphasis that we must ensure procedural fairness and dignity while we are talking about alternative justice systems. With that, we now turn to Tanzania, and I now take this opportunity to invite Honorable Justice Lilian Itemba to share her insights, experiences, and the country perspective on AJS. Welcome, Honorable Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. Good afternoon, Waheshimiwa. Allow me to adopt the protocol which was used earlier by the MC, because it was very well and clear, and then I can also save time. I've been introduced already, and we all know that our topic is on dignity and human rights, designing for dignity and human rights, and what makes justice feel fair. That's the question. What makes justice feel fair in our courts, but specifically on the procedural fairness. So my discussion will be directed on the two questions: how can justice feel fair through protection of human rights, or how human rights and procedural fairness can be ensured in multi-door approaches. Because of time and because there are so many, human rights aspect is very wide, and also procedural issues are so many, I thought I should focus on the right to privacy, which is provided by the Constitution of Tanzania, but I have also checked it in other constitutions of East African countries. We all have the right to privacy. I thought I should just discuss on this and see how the procedural the procedure of the court protect this right, because we as judiciary, we are the controller, we are also the processors of data, and we receive a lot of data from our clients, and most of them are personal data. So how do we make sure that we exercise this right to privacy to all people who comes before our courts? So as I've mentioned, the right to privacy is provided for under Article 16 of the Constitution, which says every person is entitled to respect and protection of his person, the privacy of his own person, his family, and his matrimonial life, and respect and protection of his residence and private communication. If time will allow, we can also see at rights to equality of human beings and how Tanzania also have tried to protect that law in the court system. So I've mentioned about the right to privacy, and I'll go straight to the issues of data. The procedural fairness. In order for us as judicial officer to be fair, we must deal with data which are also real data. So there must be data integrity. And data integrity means the accuracy and completeness of data and reliability. We know that fair decisions cannot be issued if they don't rely on accurate information. And even if case records, evidence, personal information, if they are incomplete or if they are tampered with, justice process becomes biased or arbitrary. Even the appeals, the reviews, the revision mechanism depend on trustworthy data. And this applies also in alternative justice. If we are doing mediation, if we are doing in the ordinary court, it all applies. So the data protection also ensures confidentiality, security, and lawful processing of data, and equal treatment and non-discrimination of people who will come to court. Whether they are parties, they are witnesses, they must be treated equally, no discrimination, and also there must not be privacy or violations. Because if we violate their privacy, this will lead to stigma, retaliation, or community exclusion, especially because our cases, most of them are public. So what can we do to prevent harmful traditional practices through ethical data governance? Multi-door justice often includes traditional or community-based mechanism, and without safeguard, as I've said, this system can unintentionally reinforce harmful norms. So sometimes you might not even intend to violate somebody's private because of the court procedures, but you will find yourself, you have already violated it as a judicial officers. So I'll go straight to what Tanzania had already done to ensure we are preventing this harmful tradition. First is an enactment of a national data protection law and its regulation. This is the law of 2022. I've seen that Kenya and Uganda, they also have the law, and I think in Rwanda, and they enacted them even before Tanzania. So we are on the same page with this, that national data protection law. But then the law also creates the Personal Data Protection Commission. And this commission also is very powerful because it provides guidelines, and it can even address some of the challenges from the parties. People can go there and file their complaints, and they can hear them, and if they are not satisfied, they can appeal to the court. So apart from enactment of that law, then it moved even the judiciary as well to consider it and see how we can also have privacy with the parties, because at one hand, we have digitalization and publication of judicial services, and at the other hand, we have the right to privacy of the parties. So the Chief Justice issued Waraka in this year, 2025, which governed the use of personal data. And this Waraka this guideline was directed to the judges and magistrates on how to protect the rights of the people, of the clients. Among the things which were in the guideline, the first one is to hide the names of the victims of sexual offenses, to hide the names and identity of these victims, but also court officers, including the private advocates, to make sure that they keep the document confidentially and safely, and also not to publish anything in social media or in any ordinary media which relates to private and personal data. Also hiding personal information of the parties, including address, names of their schools, their parents, because you might find that a person is coming to the court and they are having a sexual offense, maybe the girl has been raped, and then you are mentioning the names, where it happened, the school they are studying, their parents. It's part of the evidence, but then you are also disclosing information which will injure her personality, and it will be published in the websites and online, and it will remain there forever. So you never know. One day she's a grown-up woman and she wants to apply for a job, or she's meeting some new people and they are just Googling her and they are finding a lot of information about her, which was unintentionally put there in the website. So not publishing these things, and we are hiding the information. And also another directive was that before publishing in Tanzania or any online publication, judicial officer must hide all particulars which may introduce a party who is protected. So you might hide the name, but if you say the village, for example, if you say the street, people might know that person. And in hiding and protecting their identity and their dignity, it should not be just against the world, even if it's against the neighbors. If just 5 people know about her personal information, that's already a violation, and it can stigmatize the person as much as if the whole world knows. And lastly, if it appears that even by hiding the information, it is easy to identify that person, then the decision will not be publicized, just to make sure that personal data is protected. So, and this will apply not just for criminal cases or civil, but also for people who are coming for mediation purposes. In this guideline, the beneficiaries now, it covers the witnesses or victims, as I mentioned, of sexual offenses. It covers all parents, guardians, and applicants and children in application for adoption. It covers parties in matrimonial proceedings and any other person who the court is satisfied that their case involves personal and information safety. So I thought that is a very big move in our court procedures in protecting these parties, witnesses, and clients, because the main goal is to make sure that people, when they come into court, they are not intimidated. They don't fear that when I go there, I'm looking for my rights. Maybe a sexual offense have been done to me, or I want to file a divorce, or I want to adopt a child. But that information, I want to remain with me and maybe my family. But if I go to court, I see there are publications online. Will I be safe? Should I just rather stay at home and just don't pursue my rights? But these procedures, they will protect the people. And lastly, I just give quick examples. We have rules for vulnerable groups, which protect vulnerable groups on how to do their cases. It should be shortened, it should be in a special court, but also with a special designated officers. And also virtual court, someone has mentioned as well a virtual court, which is very easy because people can access the court from anywhere, even from outside the country. I think I will not talk about the right, which I've mentioned, the right to equality of human being because of time. But lastly, what I can say is that yesterday somebody mentioned about demoprudence. You remember that word yesterday. So in order to achieve demoprudence, every judicial officer should be intentional in protecting the human rights on our daily work. When we are doing our work, we should follow the procedure and protect the human rights and protect the people who come to court to seek for their rights. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, for the insights and contribution. And we've been able to hear the perspectives from Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. And we've heard what is working in terms of alternative justice systems as a pathway to resolving disputes. And it is also good to hear what challenges exist in alternative justice systems, and particularly in upholding rights, and how can we ensure that the judiciary and AJS mechanisms complement each other in alternative justice systems. So with that, we'll turn to Kenya, and I'll invite Salima from the CRR. She's the Vice President at Africa for the Center for Reproductive Rights, and I'll invite her to share her perspectives, particularly on the challenges in alternative justice systems. Welcome, Salima.
Thank you, Zipporah. Good afternoon, my lords. Good afternoon, Your Worships. I also adopt the protocol, as was earlier stated. First, I would want to clarify, I'm not representing Kenya. I'm actually Ugandan. I'm actually Ugandan, but I was invited in this forum to share as a human rights practitioner. I'm based in Kenya, but specifically for this invitation, I was invited in my capacity as Vice President for Africa at the Center for Reproductive Rights, which is a global legal organization that works to promote reproductive rights as fundamental human rights across the globe. So I'm sorry if Kenyans feel cheated. I think the last chair probably should have been for a Kenyan representative, but I speak for Africa generally. First of all, I purposely did not prepare a presentation for me to read through because I just wanted to share the experiences that I've had in my journey as a human rights practitioner, mostly working around reproductive rights and working around social and economic rights, for us to be able to reflect on the scenarios and be able to think, as judiciaries are seeking to look to alternative justice systems to complement the judicial systems, we need to be aware of certain things and ensure that we are upholding human rights in the process. First of all, it was mentioned earlier that judiciaries, that there is need to train alternative justice mechanisms. And this is so true. And I will share a number of scenarios that we've come across. One was a case of a woman who, she was married in a village setting, and she had 3 successive miscarriages. When she had the miscarriages, she was advised to seek advice of a doctor, and she went to a referral hospital, and the doctor advised her to take some time off getting pregnant. Later, it was discovered that actually what she had was incompetent cervix. So the doctor advised her to take some time off without getting pregnant and perhaps try again later, and then she would be supported. So she was given contraceptives, and she took the contraceptives. Then she wasn't getting pregnant. The husband did not know. And in the conversation, she mentioned to the husband, who became so angry and took the matter to the clan elders. Unfortunately, the husband passed on shortly after, when the dispute conversation had started, the mediation. And what transpired ultimately is that this clan group blamed the woman for having denied the man an heir, so he died without an heir, but also blamed her and said she deliberately used to engage in abortion and later took the contraception and became barren. So the man died without an heir, and she was sent away from the clan, and she wasn't entitled to any of the land that the husband owned before, because she did not have a child in that context. So, you know, in that situation, you see that there are various violations. First of all, these settings focus mostly on the community values. They focus mostly on the values of what the clan or what the tribe thinks, as opposed to the individual. And in many cases, they are bound to re-traumatize the individual involved, but also the shaming that comes with the woman having to face this group of mostly men and having to respond to situations of, you know, things that she could have made decisions about. For example, her reproductive autonomy, they are being abused in the process. But also another case, for those of you from Uganda, you know Karamoja, specifically Amudat. So we were in Amudat at some point, and we met this woman who'd just given birth, and she'd been detained in the hospital. By the time we went there, she had been there like for 5 days. And we asked her, you know, what was the problem? And she said she was being held because she hadn't paid her hospital bills. And we asked, you know, what about your husband? What is he doing? She said, you know, he's there in the community. I tried to tell him to sell one of his cows, and he refused to sell the cow. And, you know, when the dispute went to the elders, of course, those of you who know the Karamoja region, there's value that is attached to the cow, whereby the man said, you know, I cannot sell my cow just to get the woman out of hospital, and said, you know, those who are interested in getting her out should help him in terms of collecting money to get the woman out of the hospital. And the elders agreed with the man. They did not push him at all. So it had to take well-wishers to get the woman out of the hospital, because the man did not have any other source of income to get her out of the hospital. So there are significant challenges whereby if judiciaries are going to look at alternative justice systems as being complementary to the judicial systems, then more effort has to be made to ensure that these systems actually are aware of the human rights. In many of our constitutions, we've had that the constitutions ensure that harmful practices do not happen, in the process of using alternative justice systems. Lastly, I would want to talk about a situation where also judiciaries can learn from the alternative justice systems. And here I will share cases that we've dealt with, common cases that many of you have actually also dealt with. There are two couples, teenage couples. One is 17, the boy 17, and the girl is 16. And in another, the boy is 17 and the girl is 15. And these couples are caught having sex in different contexts. So these cases go through the two different systems. One of the cases goes through the formal justice system, and where many of these cases end up, it is that the boy is blamed for having defiled the girl, though I know that in some of the systems, the girl, both the boy and the girl are criminalized for defiling each other. They end up, the boy ends up in jail and, discontinues school. With the case of the other couple, they go through the alternative justice system. And there is mediation between the two. And, it is agreed that the two families forgive each other and the kids go back to school. So in such scenarios, whose justice are we dispensing when we take the other couples through the formal justice system? And, many of us in this room had sex before 18 years old. And are we denying? Yes, and for some of us, actually, we had children before the age of 18, and we are now celebrating these children. If we were caught having had sex and taken through the justice system, it's probable that we would not be sitting in this room. It's probable that we would never have become judges or magistrates. But here we are because we were not caught. And we are happy, we are responsible citizens, meaningfully contributing to our societies. But an unfortunate child out there is in jail because of having had sex, something that is natural to all of us. So the question then is, should the formal justice systems learn something from the alternative justice systems? Should we continue to pile up these cases in our court system instead of, dealing with them in alternative manners? But that is a question for many of us to discuss. I know we are pressed for time. There are many things I would want to share, but I just wanted to open up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salima, for the insightful discussion. And just for the record, Kenyans and Ugandans are cousins. So, so with that, we'll dive directly into plenary, but because of time, we'll only allow 2 reactions. Any burning reactions just to, yes, there's one there, and the lady at the back. You may proceed. And make it short and very focused.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Kola Odeyo. I'm a presiding magistrate from Tanzania. I have a concern. Actually, thank you so much for the presenters, for the very insightful presentation. I'm so much concerned with human rights issue, especially women and children's rights violation. as judges and magistrates and as East African family, I would like to understand what do we do to make sure that women's violation, human rights is ending up, because I am aware that we do share the same or common problems as far as women's rights is concerned, but as judges or as justice administrators, what do we really do? Because we have municipal laws, we have regional and international laws dealing with human rights or women's rights violation. But I think that these laws are toothless because they are more theoretical. They don't really go to the practical ways to end up women's rights violation. Thank you so much.
We can have the question from the gentleman, and then we can give the panelists an opportunity to answer the two questions.
Thank you. My name is Baira Mongaya. I'm the Principal Judge, Employment and Labor Relations Court of Kenya. I really want to thank the organizers for such a wonderful theme and reflecting about the AJS dignity and enhancement of human rights. I just thought that AJS as an autonomy process would serve a lot of purpose in transitional justice and dealing with historical injustices. So the courts would say there would be no time of limitation for rights, but you may not have witnesses. And so like in the South African case of the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, AJS would appear to be very appropriate. And in also advancing community rights, particularly in areas of socioeconomic rights and social dialogue. As an AJS process, we have seen it in the world of work as advancing social justice. And finally, I was reflecting about enhancing dignity and human rights where the basic laws are deficient. And like in Kenya, when we were doing the 2010 constitution making process, the constitution was not sufficient to lead to a new constitution. And so a focus of the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission and later on the National Dialogue was to take the processes to the people through a national convention, ideally a people-driven AJS process to achieve the desired outcome of a more progressive constitution. And so I see AJS in those instances to be a great driver of dignity and human rights. Thank you.
Okay, we will respond to the question. I think with the first question, thank you for that question. Actually, it is very wide, but in my personal opinion, I think human rights violation for women, for girls, as we've mentioned, is a challenge, but it is also something which is cultural. So in order to reduce that problem, we should deal with the empowerment of the people. I will give an example of the culture which is a violation to women's rights. the FGM, we all know that the female genital mutilation. To most of the people who do this, they believe that it is okay. The men and even the women who are the victims, sometimes they feel like it's okay because all the elders in my family, in my clan, they've gone through that. So it is empowerment to make sure that they understand that that is not right. It is a human right violation to them, and should be able to stand up and speak speak against it. Whoever wants to do it to them. But then we should acknowledge that even if it's a big problem, we are not where we are. I mean, now, this 2025, it's not the same like where we were in maybe 20 years ago. A lot have been done. A lot have been done. So if it is possible to move from one step to another, so we can still achieve it by empowerment to the women and making sure that this idea or mentality that it's okay for them to be mistreated is discouraged in their mind, because it's more cultural actually to the women and girls. Thank you.
To contribute what she has been saying, to approach the question of women's rights and children, for the side of Rwanda, as I told you, Rwanda do not tolerate, even though it is a traditional way, cannot justify any practice that is against that. Because I think we have, I think I gave an example of Supreme Court precedents where a young lady filed a case requesting to share equally to like her brothers. Then her brothers defended, saying that they cannot defend, they cannot share because based on the tradition or custom, girls are not allowed to share based on the law, that there was no law at that time allowing the girls to share. But the Supreme Court ordered that all people are the same and should share. Even based on the ruling of the king in 1959, wherein the king ruled that all children are the same and then should share, whereby the Supreme Court showed that even in Rwanda's culture or custom, there is no discriminating the children. All female and male are equal to inherit their parents. Another case is the case of people who cohabitate. The side of married persons ask the person who cohabitated together to go. And then the women raised the concern, the woman raised the concern that he should get the share. The other part said, you cannot share because for you stayed home doing nothing, but for me, I'm the one who earn, I'm the one who, so nothing you have done, so I can give you some money and you go as the transportation, etc. So the Supreme Court ordered to share the property that acquired when they stay together. In the motivation of the Supreme Court, said that even though this lady stayed home, but he stayed home doing some work, raised your children, prepared beds, cooked food, a lot work that she has done. So you should share the property that you acquired together. So what I want to mean is that rights of women and children in Rwanda are respected. Even in the trial process, the cases, the gender-based violence matters are given the priority in that to protect these vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you for those insights. We've come to the close of the session. We are running out of time, so welcome me in appreciating the panelists for the insightful discussions. And I now take this opportunity to invite all panelists for a photo session. You may now break for lunch. Ms. Mishi will give us the way forward from here. Thank you.
So I was asking my co-director of programs how you say this in. You can take the photo of the panelists, the moderator, but then how do I say this in Swahili? What I'm doing? What Swahili? I'm looking at my brothers and sisters from Tanzania. How do I say this in Swahili? This is because clapping is makofi, yes? What do I say about this? I need someone to say what it is. And also stamping of the feet in Swahili. What is stamping of the feet in Kiswahili? I've been told by a Kenyan brother that it is kukanyaga mguu. Do we have the Swahili versions? Let's appreciate the panelists and the moderators by clapping. So yeah, I'll show you how we'll do. We'll start with this, okay? Then we'll clap, and then we'll stamp 3 times, okay? We got it? Do we have the Swahili words? We will discuss over lunch. So let's go. Thank you. So a very powerful panel yet again, redesigning human dignity and human rights. And we had the opportunity to hear lived experiences from across the region and what that means, especially highlighting the plight of vulnerable and marginalized groups, women, children, persons with disability, people who are often excluded in these processes, and the ability to then use principles of fairness, equal treatment, non-discrimination, dignity, participation, inclusion, in ensuring that these processes, the alternative justice systems, do not continue perpetuating violations, but actually move justice from an abstract sense to a meaningful experience for everyone. So thank you very much. And I think for us, it's the challenge that the courts and the judiciaries all have a role to play in ensuring that human rights is entrenched within these policies, in interpreting our laws, in interpreting the practices, so that everyone is able to then enjoy their human rights and their dignity within the alternative justice systems. The QR code for that session is on the screen. Please give us feedback for the same. And then for your lunch, please take your meal cards at the doors before you leave. And lunch will be served at the same place where we were at yesterday. So as we leave, please ensure you take your meal card. We'll have 1 hour for lunch, and we'll be back in the room by 3:15 for one last session. So enjoy your lunch, bon appetit, as we learn more Swahili and ask ourselves, the meaning of words as we go. Thank you very much.
Doing like a goose, silly girl.
platform, we picked a very old map. But today we corrected to have the correct ESC map with all the 8 countries. Those who took pictures earlier, you now have an opportunity to have a correct map having DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Zanzibar, Kenya, South Sudan. Have I left any out? So thank you and may God bless you, but we apologize profusely for the confusion, but we have corrected it. And in future, we'll be using the East African map as it is. In addition to that, as a punishment to ourselves for having the measure, we have added all the 8 flags, which will be coming shortly. We apologize to any of our member states who may have found it not appropriate. But thank you and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Judge. Fully cognizant that it's this session that stands between you and today's gala dinner, I think let us jump straight into it. This session is session number 6. Just to introduce myself, my name is Dr. Masha Baraza. I'm legal counsel in the Judiciary of Kenya, working in the Office of the Deputy Chief Justice. Today's session, session number 6, is custom, constitution, and community, the balancing role of the judge in a people-centered system, a Socratic dialogue. So that's gives you pretty much everything you need to know. It's going to be a dialogue, a discussion here between the esteemed panelists, moderated by His Worship, Honorable Karim. So the panel will engage on how multi-door approaches compel judges and judicial officers to take new roles and abandon their traditional roles of sitting, what they say, on the ivory tower, reconciling norms, the judge as a guardian, bridge builder, connector of justice champions, and promoter of AJS and ADR. Essentially, we here in the Judiciary of Kenya, we're currently implementing institutional blueprint known as STAJ, and one of the things that we're asking, that the Chief Justice is asking for us to do, is to envision judges, JOs, as not just as arbiters of disputes, but as connectors of justice champions, as facilitators of dialogue, and promoters of social harmony. So without much further ado, let me introduce the team who are going to be taking us through today's very exciting session, this afternoon session. First is, let me invite the moderator, His Worship, Honorable Kiembe Karim, magistrate from Uganda. Please, let's give him a hand. The next panelist, the first panelist we have is Honorable Lady Justice Olive Mukwaya. She's a judge of the High Court in Uganda. Karibu, Judge. Thank you. The next panelist is Honorable Mr. Justice Ilvin Mugeta. He's a judge of the High Court of the United Republic of Tanzania. Our next panelist is Honorable Mr. Justice John Biakatonda. He's a judge of the High Court in Rwanda. Judge? And our final panelist is Honorable Christine Wekesa. She's a senior principal magistrate in the Judiciary of Kenya. Thank you. So, Mr. Moderator, I think you just check the mics. I think the mics are all working and we're ready for the session.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we can proceed. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, my lords and your worships. All protocol observed. This afternoon, we are going to have an honest and simple question and answer session. We are going to have a simple dialogue about the main reason as to why we are here. But first of all, I want to bring you greetings from Kampala, Uganda, East Africa. Why are we here today? Justice beyond brick and mortar. Some of the people that look for wealth in this world believe that the true wealth is in brick and mortar. What do they mean by brick and mortar? Building, the high-rise buildings I've seen in Nairobi, not so many in my country. They believe that's where money comes from. What is Kenya and the East African Magistrates and Judges Conference telling us today? That as judges and magistrates, can we get out of the buildings and go and find the people and go and listen to the people? You very well know in Uganda we are going through an election period. I hope you're following. We have an honorable member called Lucy Abraham. Lucy Abraham came out and shot at the judiciary. Says when they come to court, we hit the door like boom. I don't know if it happens in Kenya. Does it happen? And everyone stands up. Everyone stands up. Then they are all on tenterhooks. They even forget that they came to get solutions. So this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we want to look at balancing the role of a judge in a people-centered justice system. They have already introduced the panelists today, and this discussion is going to be in rounds. The round one is looking at a judge leaving the ivory tower. Question one, as a true multi-door, people-centered justice system judge, must judges abandon the traditional ivory tower role completely or partly? Over to you, my lord.
Thank you, Your Worship. So a few weeks ago, my team from the Land Division of the High Court, where I sit, visited the oldest children's home, just to take a few things there as our end of year give back. What do I mean by the baby's home? Here you find abandoned babies from 0 to about 5 years old. And that home is it's very old. It was established in 1929. So it has been around for a long time, but this was the first time me, a judge, was visiting, or a judicial officer, or a Ugandan for that matter, was visiting the home. So we get to the home, and we are given a brief by one of the administrators at the facility. And she told us that many Ugandans are interested in adopting Ugandan babies who are abandoned, and giving them homes. But there is a bottleneck in the process. They get the foster care order, but they are unable to get adoption orders because of the expense and the technical rigor involved. So after visiting the babies, who, as you know, have these painful stories as a background, we took the matter home with us. And because I have connections, I've been a judicial officer for 25 years, I called my friends. I called the head of the legal aid service providers of Uganda. I called a commissioner in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Children's Affairs. And we've now agreed to come up with a list of those parents who are having a problem adopting their kids. We're going to sit down, and under the auspices of the women judges of Uganda, we're going to find a way of removing these bottlenecks. Now, to answer your question, Worship, yes, there is a way in which you can retain your judicial demeanor and at the same time reach out and provide solutions to judicial problems. The administrator at the facility informed her director, and she called me. She said to me, we have been grappling with this problem for years. Children will be adopted at age maybe 3 months up to maybe even 17 years old, and there are no adoption orders. So you can imagine the inheritance nightmare when the adoptive parent dies or the foster parent dies. They will say, we don't know you because there's no adoption order. So to remove that pain, we've decided to step in as women judges and say, no, there's a solution here and we can avail it. So yes, we can balance it out and we don't have to lose our integrity.
Thank you very much. Maybe for reminders, the free current speaker is the president of the Uganda Judicial Officers Association. You also, thank you. She also doubles as the deputy president of the International Women Judges. So you've seen the judges in Uganda have stepped out of the ivory tower. I want to hear from you, Honorable Christine Wekesa, about the Kenyan perspective. Have you tried to get out of your place?
Thank you. First of all, I'll say my answer to that is partly, not entirely. The reason why I'm saying so is because we have to actually think about the mandate under Article 159, because as a judge, then you also have a role to ensure that even as you embrace AJS, then it has to be within the purview of what the Constitution provides. And again, we have to always ask ourselves, when they say that this authority is emanating from the people, so whose justice are we dealing with? And then we go back to Wanjiku. If it's okay with them, yes. If it is not, then we still have to go back to the recourse, maybe in court, when they're not comfortable dealing with it. So partly, I would say yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My friend, Justice Alvin Mogeta. Justice Alvin Mogeta is a member of the Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Conference and Association. And he's been a very active member in all these associations. Please clap for him. Ever since I joined the judiciary, I have met him at each and every conference. Even the last one in Gambia, he was there. Please, what do you think, my lord?
Thank you. I think most of us have listened to a clip that goes around concerning a Ugandan lady parliamentarian complaining about the English the other parliamentarian was using, the accent. She said the English is too much. Kindly speak ordinary English of Uganda. In fact, what she was saying is whether what you are saying is right and useful, it is getting irrelevant because you are not communicating. This is the situation in our environment in which we dispense justice. If miscommunication, because the lady can understand English, but the accent was difficult, that led her to complete exhaustion to the extent that she complained. Let's think of how boring it is for an ordinary citizen going through the technical processes of examination in chief, cross-examination, re-examination, without knowing how useful those processes are in the final decision of the court. So the cry for getting out of ivory towers is not about putting judges to a certain level of disrespect, but it is a call about being relevant in what we are doing. So, to answer your question, partly yes, partly no. It is just about doing what matters in the circumstances of a particular case, depending on the facts of the case and the justice of the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My next question will go to Judge Byakatonda from Kigali, Rwanda. We are looking now at a judge as a bridge builder, a promoter of alternative dispute resolution. And when judges come out to bridge the people and promote ADR mediation, collaborate with the elders, who wins in this situation? And what happens now to the impartiality that is required by common law?
Thank you very much. For the side of Rwanda, as I said earlier, is that Rwanda always respect the human rights, the constitution, and anything, even though it's the custom or any influence of the society that can lead the violation of the constitution, the judge cannot be binded by that. So when we say who win, truly speaking, what I can say is that the community win because the community has managed to reach the success. The first success is that the case has been decided fast and rapidly, and also it reconciliates the society. Also the justice win, because the justice also managed to be reached, whereby in case the case ended into mediation or in a way that people agree with the decision, then I can say that the justice also win. The court also win, because, you know, if the court, the most, what I think all judges will want is anything that helps us on the burden of the backlogs of what, which means that anything that reduces our burden, truly speaking, we can say that the court will win because it reduces the backlogs, it reduces us to decide the cases where we decide that this person win or lose, and we also create the enmity within the society. Enmity because for us, in case a person win a case, you can also tell even your children that I have an enmity with that person because he or she. So you found that the enmity can continue within the family.
Thank you.
But when things end amicably, then I can say that the court win. You have said the impartiality about if the judge go out of the door.
Yes, does this still remain impartial?
You know, there are laws of mediating. If the judge is out, should observe the limits. Should observe the limits. Because in mediation, you just direct, you don't involve. So I think another thing that the judge should avoid when he's out of the tower, as you said, he should avoid those grand titles, Your Highness, your your lordship, your worship. Because if you go with that, you risk not to mediate.
And not getting the information that you want.
And you not get the information that you want. Which means that you have to leave that, and then you mediate. You leave the parties, you leave the community to find the answer for themselves.
Thank you, Judge Byakatonda. Judge Byakatonda is from Rwanda. For those of you who have been following last year and the previous years, I think we have had, Judge Elgin, we have had the Commonwealth Magistrate and Judges Conference in Rwanda 2023. And Rwanda has also hosted an event, a cycling event on the world map. So we have to clap for Rwanda for putting East Africa on top. And I have also heard that they are planning to build a Formula One track, the first in Africa. Has anyone heard about that? Yeah, so Rwanda, I think, is about to put us up there. My Lord, Judge Olive, Article 126 of Uganda, deliver justice considering the norms, values, and aspirations of the people of Uganda. As a judge, you've left the ivory tower, you're out dealing with the villagers. Would you still uphold the Constitution while you're out there, and how are you going to do it?
Thank you, Worship. So that article, that provision is immediately followed by a provision that requires, a principle that requires us to promote reconciliation. So judges, magistrates, registrars, judicial officers of Uganda are required as a constitutional mandate to promote reconciliation in both civil and criminal cases. Now that promotion of reconciliation, of course, has to be in accordance with the norms and aspirations of people. So I believe our Constitution is now 30 years old, and when there is growth in a Constitution, it matures. We started with it, since 1995. We've put up the brick and mortar, established courts. You had on small claims, started from 6, now we are 223. We are moving under the Constitution. So, of course, after you have established the systems, the courts are in place, the cars are there, perhaps the roads have been constructed. Remember, we are building a nation. We are building a nation. We are not like the Western countries. This is a question of development, moving from one place to another. So you have to be understood by them. Yes, in as far as those norms are not derogatory, they are not offensive to the other laws, then it's okay, we can apply them. I remember that I think this is easy to do, especially when you are handling, for example, I handle land cases. So those ones are very common, and you know how emotive they are. We have an element in land cases where we must visit the locus, we must visit the land before we make a decision in Uganda, which of course I would want to hear from Kenya with your online hearings, how you conduct locus visits, if any, because you are online, apparently 100% or something. So how do you visit 20 acres of land when you're online in a land case to determine the facts? Anyway, when we are doing that, down there, I speak in the local language. Of course, my Luganda is poor, but I try. So I'll speak in Luganda, everything is in Luganda. There are no big formalities. As long as I understand what I'm hearing, I'll put it down and I'll leave. So yes, they expect me to speak in Luganda, I'll speak in the national language, and I think it's good.
Yeah, and that is delivery of justice following the norms, values, and aspirations of the people. Honorable Christine, do you have the answer to what the Honorable Judge is trying to find out? Kenya is online. How do you carry out locus visits online?
Thank you. In Kenya, we have land court judges, and we also have some of us working in places we actually call security-prone areas. Like myself, I work in Marsabit County. That is a county where today the whole town is secure, and tomorrow you just see people falling off motorbikes because they are being hit. You know, it is a place where we call Northern Frontier. I remember what the president said one time: security begins with you. Severally, if they make an application for me to visit those lands, I think for you to appreciate is that that county, the inhabitants, majority are the Borana and the Gabra, and they don't see eye to eye. They have had massacres previously, and they have been retaliating. You have to be very careful even when you are handling them, because if there's a dispute between a Borana and a Gabra, the battle line is already crossed. So personally, I use the land registrars. I request for them to file those reports, because ordinarily I would never dare step there. Because when I sit in court to hear matters about possession of ammunition and firearms, what they bring are machine guns, which are so powerful that the state
Honorable
cannot
Christine,
even...
what about the registrars? Don't they get injured when they go on the land?
You know, Kenya has had a history where judges at one time and magistrates were not popular, and everybody just looked at us badly until the new constitution was brought on board. So this is adversarial system, and I'm sorry to say. When I look at the nature of our system, when you talk about an adversary, it's actually a conflict. The lines are already drawn, and it is better you bring in maybe other, neutral, because, either way, you're going to make a decision. There is always a winner and there is going to be a loser, whether you like it or not. And I keep on telling myself, with every decision I'm making, I'm actually bringing on board a new enemy. Yes, I went through vetting. It wasn't a pleasant, but it was because of the nature of our system. So that is how bad it is. So the moment people have come before you, I think I'll quote the Bible, Matthew chapter 5, verse 25. It says, when you are on the way to court with your adversary, settle your disputes as quickly, otherwise your accuser may hand you over to the judge, who will hand you over to an officer, and you'll be thrown into prison.
Amazing.
That is what outside there. We are actually in those ivory towers. Let's just literally come back to earth. You see, if you understand what people maybe think about us as a judiciary, I'd rather bring, others on board who will make it possible for us to get a win-win situation. Look at Kenya. We keep on talking about nusu mkate. We keep on talking about bridging, building bridges, because people are telling us, of course, we are coming to that court. And I remember what our Chief Justice said yesterday. In court, she said, we make decisions. We don't solve disputes.
Yes. Thank you.
And one time, some of us went through vetting, and we were so surprised because what laid off most of us were issues of temperament. Because a judge decided to be honest and told some prisoners, it is a case of robbery with violence. Definitely, you're going to, once you're convicted, you'll be jailed for life. And you're telling them you're likely going to be jailed for life. And then eventually the outcome is you're jailed. And what do they say? You are temperamental. Your attitude was not, because you're telling them the truth.
Thank you.
So that is the position in Kenya. I might be right, I might be wrong, but I think that is my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christine Wekesa from Kenya. There's something that happens in Kenya that is very interesting. I don't know if it happens in Tanzania. The public vetting of judicial officers Ugandans, what do you think? Should it come home? No. What are you hiding from? Okay, Judge Mugeta, we have a situation. We have a widow who is about to lose a piece of land because of a customary practice. But the Constitution, you know, protects her right to own property. The community is saying, let the elders handle this issue. The lawyer is saying, no, this ends in High Court. You're back to chambers on Monday. After here, the Ugandans are still around. How will you handle that issue?
Thank you. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So customs are subject to the Constitution. Understandably, we still have customs which discriminates women. So in the case you are putting to me, my decision is the land belongs to the widow because it is a violation of constitutional right and the human rights. When you make a decision which renders a human being homeless, being a woman or a man. So in that case, the constitutional provisions will prevail.
So how will you will call the elders and the lawyers and try to talk to them? How will you do it?
That's where the role of alternative dispute resolution comes in.
Perfect.
The major difference between modern dispensation of justice and alternative dispute resolution lies on the outcome. By alternative dispute resolution, both parties win. But in adjudication, one party takes all. So when a party wins a case, the parties leaves the court as enemies. So under the circumstances, you need to call the parties, sit with them, have a dialogue, explain to them the importance of treating human beings equal. Explain to them to agree to the situation that put human rights to the fore than other interests. And explain to them how supreme the Constitution is when it comes to matters of dispensation of justice. If you are well acquainted with the skills about mediation, I think you would be able to explain to these people who prefer to stick on customs in dispensation of justice.
Thank you.
Finally, you make a decision based on the constitutional values, which is against discrimination and in violation of human rights.
Thank you very much, my Lord. To our listeners and viewers this afternoon, we should not forget that we are delivering justice beyond brick and mortar. As you get out the chambers, as you get out the brick and mortar, I would suggest that you don't move with very many statutes to make it simple for the people that you're going to deliver justice to. Now, to all of you, our panelists this afternoon, starting with you, my Lord, what is that one thing that you want every delegate here to remember when they leave Kenya?
Okay, so I'd like us to remember that that court user could be you, and how you want to be treated when on the other end matters. It could be you, so please remember that. Also, remember that life will be easier if our children know what we know. It will be much easier to change the mindsets that my sister is sharing from Kenya about the aversion to judicial officers, judgment of our temperament, and things like that. So what I do is that I try to tell my children that, you see, the Uganda we want to see in future should be a Uganda that is like ABCD. So it's our role for us who already know these things to pass them on so that, things can be easier for all of us.
Thank you very much. Judge Olive is saying, remember that court user tomorrow might be you. Remember what the CJ said of Kenya, that the judges fear the courts most. Ladies first. Honorable Christine, what is that one thing you want the people to remember when they leave Nairobi tomorrow?
Thank you. I want them to remember that it's not only in court that people are able to get justice. We have several other avenues which we have all been explained to. They should also remember that AJS should be incorporated and done in a way that guarantees dignity of both parties involved. And there is also no fit all size. Each case is unique, ought to be, determined with the uniqueness it deserves. As Kenyans, we learned a lot from what Uganda is doing, and we would wish that small claim courts should be embraced in all East African countries to reduce backlog. And in conclusion, we are talking about those towers. We are talking about how, people find it difficult to relate with these procedures, technicalities, and literally coming down. I would just wish each one of us to remember this, and I quote Maya Angelou when she says, people will forget what you did, people will forget what you said, but people will never forget how you make them feel. Our courts do not attract everybody. Our Chief Justice said, everyone trembles when they come before us. So we should just get down a little bit, be accommodative, so that when they leave our courts, they shouldn't live with that experience that maybe we intimidated them, or we just behaved like we're not part of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. People will never forget how you made them feel. Judge Mugeta, what is that one thing you want us to remember when we leave?
In the unlikely event that we forget everything that we have discussed here, the only thing which I would wish each of us remember when we go back home is change of attitude towards the disputants. We need to resolve their dispute instead of deciding their dispute.
Thank you very much, Judge Mugeta. Judge Biakatonda, what's that one thing you want us to remember when we leave?
What I want people to go with is that, first of all, they have to go knowing that court cannot heal. The custom cannot protect rights, and the community cannot guarantee the fairness, which means that all of these three, if come together, can help to build the country. I think this is what Rwanda ran from the Gacaca, that if all come together, they solve the problem. And also, people should know, the judges mostly should know that our grand titles, your highness, your lordship, which it leads people to fear the court, and even there is a risk that judges or people or the community can think that the judge are beyond the community. And this is not true. The court work for the public. As in Rwanda, they say, justice is rendered in the name of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Biakatonda. Before we go on, I would like to take some questions for the panelists here, or comments. 3 or 4 people, you raise your hand and perfect. Where's the microphone? Any other person, you put up your hand.
Thank you, moderator and the presenters, for the panelists, for your insightful discussion, deliberation. I'm John Onyego, Judge of the High Court, Kenya. I have a scenario. I work in northeastern part of Kenya, which is predominantly inhabited by Somali. 2013, I was working that same station as a magistrate. Some girl somehow had an affair with a boy, okay, an adult of 19 years old, and the girl was 15 years old. In the course of that affair, the parents discovered that the girl had conceived. They decided to marry off the girl to the perpetrator of defilement. However, the activists discovered and they made a report to the police. Then the guy was arrested. But then the girl was about 6 months pregnant. The perpetrator was charged. When they came to court, the family demanded for the release of the perpetrator because he was not a husband of their daughter. Of course, the activists insisted the case had to proceed. As we are hearing the case, the victim refused to testify because even as the guy was charged and released on bond, she went back and continued staying with the husband, technically committing defilement every day. So they decided to withdraw the case because traditionally they had handled the matter and therefore finalized the case. But the law here formally demands that this was a girl below 18 and then you had to face the law. They insisted the case could not proceed because under Islamic law, the girl was over 15 years and therefore properly married out. So we have tradition here, we have religion, and we have formal law. In the course of hearing the case, she again conceived. So they would carry the baby to court, and the victim is again pregnant. So prosecution was unable to proceed. So technically, they avoided not to avail witnesses so that the case could be drawn out. Under our laws, you can't reconcile, no reconciliation, the case had to be heard. So we found it so difficult, we could not secure witnesses, they refused. So the case had to be kicked out for non-attendance of the complainant. So my question is, between the 3 systems now, there is the religion and Islamic law, which recognizes marriage of a girl above 18 is proper, it is according to the religion, and it's within the law, Islamic law. Tradition allows that the same. Where do you throw a balance? Which is the best evil or devil here? Is it the tradition, which allows marriage of a girl above 15? Is it Islamic religion, which encourages marriage above 15? And is there justice by the formal law in our courts? Because the minimum sentences are so punitive, in which case you jail this guy, and where's the right of a child for parental care? Entitlement. Where do you place this entitlement? Which is also a constitutional imperative in the Kenyan Constitution, Article 53, that the child is entitled to parental care. How do we balance these 3 delicate positions? Thank you.
Thank you. I had a similar situation in Mwanza, I think in 2005. A young man was charged of rape. On the date the victim came to testify, she came with a child. When she stepped into the witness box, she took the child to the accused. That's when I realized that the two had cohabited and had a child, but there were family conflicts which resulted into the case. Then I was shocked and felt embarrassed to continue hearing the case. What I did is to meet the parents of the two families and tell them to sit together and find a solution to the problem. They agreed, they went home. Finally, the case was withdrawn. Had the case not been withdrawn, my decision would have been to find the boy not guilty on whatever technical ground that could be possible.
Yes.
So my answer to your question is just do what justice demands in the circumstances of the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judge Mugeta is saying, first of all, never close the doors of talking or negotiation. Please do not forget what the DCJ talked about. Lord Denning said we cannot transplant the oak tree from where? From Britain to Africa and expect it to grow like it was growing. Any other questions, members? Or comments? Any hands? I believe our panel has delivered. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here as Congo, Somalia, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi now also. I want to welcome you once again to Nairobi, Kenya. I also want to inform you that the biggest group came from Uganda. Please clap for them. And I also want to inform you that we are on assignment. After the conference has ended, we are proceeding to the Indian Ocean. Yeah, clap for that also. That's a joke. But before I finish, ladies and gentlemen, there's a man that I have known from when I was a boy. I didn't ever get to meet him, but every time he had a conflict with his village men, he always sat down. They always sat down and got solutions to every conflict. Every after 4 or 5 years, there would be issues, but he always sat down with them for the good of the village and they got solutions to that. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to ask you to all stand up before we finish this session, please. Is everyone up? I said, please, everyone, stand up. We have seen ADR work in the Republic of Kenya every after 4 or 5 years. I request that we have a moment of silence for Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. When the judge said maybe these titles, please, let's be seated. Judge said maybe these titles are not good, so I don't know if I can just call you Karim. Is that okay? No, I'm just joking. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for the panel and the fantastic discussion that they had. I do believe that this kind of Socratic dialogue, I think we need to have more of it, give you opportunity to share your views, because we can't underestimate the level of unthinking and learning that this whole rethinking what justice means and how we execute justice and what it means. I think it's very important to have these kind of discussions. And so I thank you very, very much for your engagement, honestly and candidly. Please, once again, the panel, and the moderator for a job well done. As I said, I don't want to stand between you and the gala dinner. I had a lecture here, about 10 pages, but no, I'm just kidding. I've got nothing to say except make one announcement that all the members of the local organizing committee should remain behind in the hall. There'll be a meeting. There's also, I think there's another announcement that's coming. And just to remind you that the gala dinner is tonight. Please, everyone attend. We're looking forward to it. And we're looking forward to the entertainment that Eamja will have put in place for us. So before we leave, just a statement here from Eamja.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good evening. Allow me to make some announcements. My name is Kiongo Kagenyo. The first announcement is about the gala dinner. It shall be starting at 7. I request that we keep time. The other announcement is about tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a half day here. Then we shall be proceeding to Utali Sports Ground, which is about 5 kilometers from here. It is about sports day. I request that we come donned in our sports gear because we shall not be getting other sports gear issued by the hosting association. We shall rely on what we shall be wearing. I request that we keep time tomorrow. After lunch, we rush over there. The last one is about the day of Friday. We shall be proceeding for an excursion activity. We shall be proceeding to a destination which is about 31 kilometers from here. I request that we keep time, and for logistical purposes, I request that we have shared a link. Let us all register so that we don't have a logistical nightmare when we are organizing how we shall be going there. So let us register in good time. We close the registration by today evening. Thank you very much. Then tomorrow, on Friday, we shall be required to wear closed shoes and a costume that you can immerse yourself into water, even if not swimming, just be in the water. So we dress up accordingly. Yes. Yes, we carry the costume to change over there. Thank you. We keep on time. We shall be leaving here at 6:01. We shall be hitting the road. Thank you. Enjoy your gala dinner.